Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Public Health and Dietary Lifestyle, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and associated with BioLeaks. I'm sure you had a great day yesterday with us and hope to see you the same enthusiasm from all our presenters and attendees today. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries and eminent keynote speakers. The keynote speakers for the day are Dr. Pratima Kandelwal, founder, High Fly Educational Excellence Services and Professor of Practice, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, RUAS, India. The second keynote speaker for the day two is Dr. Manju P. George, clinical nutritionist and certified diabetes educator, chief dietitian, VP, VP VPS Lakeshore Hospital, India. The last keynote speaker for the day two is Dr. Chadwick Digo, nutrition and public health scientist, agri-food systems expert, lecturer, Kabete National Polytechnic technical facilitator, and nutrition content developer, Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, NTA, Kenya. And the session chairs for the day two are Dr. Sri Priya Shazi, counseling psychologist and nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a center for nutrition and psychological well-being, affiliated to World Mental Health Federation, India. Vimala Bira, assistant professor and head, Department of Food Safety and Quality Assurance, Acharya NG Ranga Agriculture University, India. Isha Sukalwal, assistant professor, Department of Home Sciences, IIS, deemed to be University, India. Professor Ruchu Kuthiala, assistant professor, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India. Dr. Deepali Sharma, assistant professor, Nutrition and Dietetics Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, SGT University, Gurugram, India. Dr. Jaina Gupta, assistant professor, Food and Nutritional Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, India. I welcome you all once again to International Conference on Public Health and Dietary Lifestyle. I hope you all will have a great day with us today. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Pratima Khandelwal, founder, Fly High Educational Excellence Services and Professor of Practice, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, RUAS, India. Ma'am, now the screen is over to you. Please take out the session.
Sure, Bhargavi, thank you so much. And I must appreciate and congratulate the organizers.
Sorry, ma'am, we are unable to hear you.
You are unable to hear? Can anybody also confirm? Because here it seems fine. Is it okay, Bhargavi? Can you hear now? Can anybody else confirm?
Yes, ma'am. You can go.
It's audible, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I hope, Bhargavi, by now you also can hear. Well, I was appreciating the organizers of this wonderful conference, which is happening on, it was yesterday and today. And I'm sure the participants who are live right now or who are watching the program, which is being live streamed, are getting enough information on both the words. It's a very important word: public, lifestyle, health, and diet. So these all words have become really so important. Perhaps we would not have seen it a couple of years back. So, yes, Jennifer, something from you? Dr. Jennifer?
Sa medical term, unsay ka ng tambok ug kanang tiyan.
I think organizers can take care of this part. Right. So I was trying to say that these two aspects which we are talking in terms of the topic, how important it goes, the public health and dietary lifestyle. We are talking this concept when India is diabetic capital of the world. We are number 2 in coronary heart diseases. We are very good in food production and the lifestyle, but of late things are changing. So when we have the highest demography in the world, India can be a wonderful example to the entire world that maintaining a good lifestyle through diet and the overall citizens being in a good health are certainly important parameters which can be addressed. Collating all these thoughts, I really thank the organizers to give me the opportunity and talk about something which is dear to me. And this happens in the whole life also, how exactly the foods and for body as well as mind can take a role in terms of making our body or ourselves immune. So it's this session for a couple of minutes is all about talking in terms of can we build immunity? I repeat, can we build immunity in terms of enhancing our lifestyle via foods for both body and mind? Now, you'll be surprised. This conference is happening on dietary lifestyle, and I brought mind. And I'm sure perhaps all will appreciate. One part is certainly food for the body. And even important aspect is what exactly we feed the mind. So these two things I'll try to talk in 20 minutes. And I'll appreciate some questions or some thoughts which you have at the end of the session. I know the session is pretty jam-packed. I have seen the agenda and I'm sure you are gaining. But also do ask questions, or you can put your thoughts, if not questions, on the chat or wherever is possible, and even on the mail as we will be. With these thoughts, welcome this session on immunity boosting lifestyle foods or building immunity, boosting it better through the foods. So with this, on behalf of my small company, which is Fly High, and on behalf of the university I'm representing, Ramaya University of Allied Sciences, Pratima welcomes all of you on the platter with a good health in front of you. The baseline is this, very simple, that we all are important. And you see some colors, yes, fruits and the mind. So how much important we take for the health, which is physical body, equally important is to take care of the mental or the psychological aspect. Please remember, particularly the students in the scholars community and the faculty which we all have assembled in this wonderful international conference from the various parts of the world, irrespective of our presence, which part of the geography we all are unique. We all deserve, I really mean it, we deserve to be healthy and happy. How important is these two aspects? So health we are talking, we need to also be happy and certainly be safe as well, continue to be safe. An outcome of the session in 20 minutes shall be, I'm sure you will reiterate that health is the new wealth, which already is in the minds. Wholesome foods, yes, wholesome foods are truly our best friends, buddies, yes. And this brings me that because of these things, wholesomeness will lead to immunity building. So it's all about fitness in the body and the mind. And there are great options which we exist today. One word which I introduced, I'm sure yesterday, perhaps you would have heard, I was busy in another assignment beyond choosing the government for our state of Karnataka. So I could not physically join, even virtually join the conference. But I'm sure you would have heard the word mindful eating. Yes, I mean it, mindful eating. And that's why building mental health for a good lifestyle is important. With this, I'll leave you with a green color for sustainability and tell you that like smartness, goodness is also in our hands. A good health, a good mind, and a good body are a huge asset. Yes, audience of the conference, I mean it on this aspect. Now, if at all I want to cross-check, if you want to cross-check with your community of people where you are working, if at all some questions come that if junk food is very liked or you indulge in binge eating, today, unfortunately, we talk of binge watching or OTT or Netflix. That's really not good. Anything binge is not good. So do you think then whenever we are stressed that it's okay to binge or we sleep longer or lesser, or we just take pill for any small changes in discomfort or uneasiness, or we are stressed what will happen to the future? Chat GPT has come, VUCA times is there, how to go ahead. If these things stress, will I sustain in my career? What are the competition which I meet? All these. And any kind of Very important today, interpersonal issues, career challenges. If at all, basic check is that answers are yes for some, or you can add some more points, which I'm showing by this bullet. Really, there's a time, and I must say that this session will be of some good use to you. Some sunshine smile I wish to add. And with this intention, I bring you to the concept, which is boosting immunity lifestyle. So one is lifestyle. Another important aspect is, can we build immunity? So that exactly is aspect. So immunity is not just only through the good chemicals in the food, the biochemicals in the food which are present. Say, for example, phytonutrients, flavonoids. It's much, much more than that. It's all about healthy diet, which I'm sure you have discussed already. I'll skip that. Physical activity and fitness. The physical activity, yes. Food for the mind is the third important segment. I must draw the attention of the young audience here that it is what we watch, what we think, what we feed our mind, what thoughts we get, what information we get. Right now you are feeding the mind with this conference. So double thumbs up, something like that. What we watch, what we think are very important. And I think you know, and I can invite our audience to please expand it in the chat. What is EI for you? You can please write. I'm sure we already know, but it'll be nice. You can express your thoughts. And this brings also me to the aspect that if at all anything is there, audibility or your question, agreement, disagreement, you can please put it on the chat. We have clean 15, 20 minutes in hand. Please do that. So it'll be nice to have interaction as well for that reason. Okay, great. So, and we can also have some digital interaction if you want. Let me know if you're ready for some gamification. I can invite you for that as well. So it's important that we not only take care of the balanced diet on the platter, but also the balanced thoughts or feelings in the mind. These two aspects together really enhance the fitness and the overall wholesomeness of the life. Yeah, I mean it, the four-letter word life. Of late, we are seeing that we have disturbed the biological clocks, be it for sleep, be it for offspring, be it for sometime career or be it for relationship. So it's important to also value how important is biological clock. Start with sleep. It will give them huge benefits. And if I summarize all the four, it brings to the fifth dimension that how I feel, how I'm feeling. I'm doing good is fine. We also need to ask, how are you feeling? Yes, how are you feeling? So for indulge in hobbies. See, this is a lifestyle conference, so we must talk beyond nutrition, beyond the good biochemicals, beyond the healthy hormones or the happy hormones. So be passionate, and if we are passionate about something, or if we are indulging in hobby, you know how much good hormones we secrete, right? So contentment is very important rather than chasing. I mean it. Contentment is very important rather than chasing. So with this, let's talk on one more aspect, which is in front of you, which is healthy eating. Talking about dimension of food, it is important to take, or in nutrition. So something which maintains balance, something which avoids, which prevents diseases is what is known as healthy eating. So this is all about preventive and promotive healthcare. Can I please address these two words? And I think I can write it on the chat for all of us. It's important. And you also please give your view. Yes, Jennifer, it is beautiful good morning, as you wrote already. So I wish to write these two words. We do talk of curative, but it's important also to talk today on promotive and preventive healthcare. So we can start with preventive and lead to promotive. And this is an aspect of healthcare. So this dimension I'll be talking in next 10 minutes. That's why I draw your attention in this aspect. So how much we consume the healthy foods, and do we take a balanced diet from all the groups of foods? Do we add variety? Whichever part of the world we are, do we value seasonality, locality of the food which we got, or we just go for exotics? Not required to overspend. Enjoy the seasonal local, as our government says, go for local, go be vocal for the local. That's important. And even moderation. So avoid foods which very high salt or high sugar. I think you already know about it. And certainly trans fats. So this coming 2 years are important for the world, where we are trying to avoid completely the trans fats. So foods are foods. So let's not substitute them with supplements till until it is recommended by the physicians. And the last one is for yourself. And I'll draw your attention on hydration in moderation with listen to your body. When I say, see, we are already people who are from the domain of nutrition or from health sciences or from allied sciences or from food sciences. We understand or engineering. We understand very well. So when this conferences are held, the importance is that can we take it beyond ourselves, beyond our group of people which we meet. So listening to the body is very important. And healthy eating is never about just maintaining a strict diet regime, skipping without, skipping with a purpose. Like, for example, intermittent fasting is a different show, that also in moderation. Rigid diets are no. So it's not about zero snacking. It's not about zero or ultra fat diet, no, or only high protein and low carb. No, not at all. You all know about the whole genes which play a role. Nutrigenomics is such an important aspect. So not count calories, enjoy life. Because when it comes to overall body, it's all about in genes, the nutrigenomics aspect I was just saying. Beyond that, we also come from a culture. I come from one particular culture. I cannot adopt simply where I go to a new place. I must also there manage and understand my lifestyle and culture which I'm coming from. So enjoy that cultural part. We already told about this aspect. And what thoughts you have, what moods you have. You would have seen people in stress, how they eat, or when we are happy, what we indulge. So excitement is not happiness, right? We need to be happy, not always excited. That's the game changer, which word which I wanted to say. So mindset becomes very important. Now, thanks, Jennifer. Please add your thoughts, questions, agreement and disagreement. All the audience member on live streaming platform or on Zoom right now, kindly participate. And the beauty of the conferences through Jennifer's input, I must say, is associating post the conference also. And that's why the organizers deserve all the appreciation. And this is my session appreciation I'm giving to them. So when these four things are addressed, the dimension which comes in the mind is here in front of you, that these four aspects, because they matter, do make informed choices. I mean it. Do make informed choices. To build, yeah, something. Okay. So do build immunity with these aspects. We cannot build immunity with only food, is what I'm trying to bring to your platter right now. What exactly is this immunity? If for some, if at all, we don't know. Some may laugh because already you're so expert in this, but taking the heterogeneity in the audience, let me take a minute to talk about this as well. Immunity is something, ability of the mind and the body, I mean it, to fight diseases or illness. This disease is only physiological. I may be hurt here, I may be upset here. That is also a kind of mental challenge which I can face. You would have seen some people are very sensitive to certain changes in the body. When they just go out running and they sit, they start sneezing. That is also a dimension of immunity, or allergy it could be also. That also is linked with immunity. Or also somebody told some harsh comments and I'm dull. That is also showing my immunity here. So I hope you are watching me and in this part. So the two types are innate, which is absolutely native, which we are born with, or a bigger important aspect is adaptive. So when you learn new things, when you come to a very positive mindset, you are working positively on adaptive immunity as well. So innate is no big deal. We are lucky if you're healthy, your parents were healthy, you will be healthy at the birth time, until some other reasons happen. So again, it could be specific, non-specific, but our interest is more on adaptive, which not only from the T and B cells, but also it is acquired. And the whole game of active immunity is an aspect of vaccination. We have, the world has seen in the COVID times, so it can be acquired artificially. My interest is, I think the first two is very well known to you. To all the learned audience here, my interest is to bring your attention on P&I. Of late, in the Indian system, we always have told, but today science is absolutely accepting and working higher on psychoneuroimmunology. Please note the three words: psychology, neurosciences, and immunology. All three together play a role. How our neurons communicate with the body, the cell signaling, how immunity is built, and more importantly, what I think here, what it has a role on my body aspect. So it's mind over the body, not body over the mind. If these two things you take, the job is done from my end. I mean it. It's so important. to understand psycho-neuroimmunology aspect. And there are so many synonyms. Please Google this word and take some homework and try to think about it. Psycho-neuroimmunology. This word looks so big for me also, but don't worry. It's absolutely the mixture of three words, and that's the beauty. We have psychological dimension, we have neuro dimension, and then immunology. So we just can't talk of immunology in one go. That's what I'm trying to say. And when we talk of why brain, why neurons, when we think positively, when you have a pet, or when you are with your loved one, or when you are so happy, dopamine is increased. When you are winning, or right now I'm meeting new people, and right now dopamine is enhancing in me as well. And because for people like me, or I particularly draw happiness when I meet new people and there's a good interaction, and I also learn and I share, and we build new contacts beyond LinkedIn as well, something like that. So, our serotonin, our dopamine, we all do have a huge role to play there. We must have these, not situations must have. And that I link the spiritual dimension of a good lifestyle. So please see, start with good food. If you are cooking food in a positive mindset, you consume in positive mindset, rather than in stress or tension or running, the metabolism will be different in both aspects. So go for less of our stress hormone, right? Cortisol, or for that matter, adrenaline, but enjoy these four happy hormones more. And I appreciate Loretta's PhD work on this. It's such a beautiful, I think many of us are using her diagram for that matter. So let's talk of the later dimension of my talk, which is on immunity building. I'll take 2 to 3 slides on this. If alone foods are responsible, if you work on food, please take care to build the health, which is on nutrient dense foods. And I think you know this word beautifully. Nutrient dense. Today we use also word empty calories, just opposite of this. Sugary drink is empty calories. I am inviting you to other aspect, other pole of this nutrient dense, are millets. The world is talking of millets, and it's the year of millets here as well. So how exactly the nutrient dense, the high protein, the high carb, the high fibers, high into minerals, natural, high into vitamins, and good fats, not zero fat, good fats. So we have some certain foods, a certain content from the nutrition can bring. And these are written in the red color font. Healthy proteins. Please see the beautiful word. Protein, healthy fats, healthy protein, low burning carbs with a high glycemic index, right? Right or wrong, put it on the chat. Sometimes it's good to also take your view by intentionally giving a dimension. So whether low or high GI, glycemic index is important. Why don't you put your thoughts on the chat right away? And why so? So a lot of good water, not over, but also vitamins and minerals, the micronutrients are so important. These are already mentioned. I'm sure yesterday we have covered up. So I don't want to bore you, but we all have come out of pandemic, and we are much, much clear with these words. So build your diet, and there's some pics are telling, this is important slide. Yes, the time is limited, so I'll wrap it up faster. How important is key immunity boosting foods classes? So my request is all the 7 which are mentioned here, fruits and vegetables, spices, condiments, nuts, seeds, all natural, fermented products naturally, the probiotics. We already spoke about the millets, the ghee and the fats, the good quality, high on omega fatty acids. And from our for our non-vegetarian friends, being from India, I must talk of non-vegetarian and vegetarian. The first 6 were vegetarian sources. Go for good poultry, salmon, sardines, then red meat. I think that's known to us. Particularly some of the foods are for immune function. These are mentioned to you. So we have glucans, beta glucans in mushrooms, or we have antioxidants rich spices. We have even dark chocolates. Why we should indulge in dark chocolate is this line. You get not only magnesium, but also antioxidants, but again in moderation. I think you understand. And India, the spice bowl for the world, and this is so rich, the spice aspects. So enjoy. I think we have done a lot of work in the pandemic for anti-inflammatory aspects. So these are the phytonutrients. All the classes are mentioned in front of you. And we need to appreciate them for their antiviral, their antibacterial, or overall antimicrobial, antioxidants, very important anti-inflammatory properties. Enjoy the colors of the nature which has given us the colors. As I was trying to show in this particular slide, it looks clumsy, But the colors are intentionally for all of you early morning. Take the colors, the natural colors, not the artificial, not the processed ones, which are high in sugar and fat. Avoid it, young community. Build the country. Every country wants healthy citizens. And that's my intention in this session, to bring it. So take it to the build through the phytonutrients. And the last dimension is these all aspects will be only have limited to success if you do not work. Aren't asking about reducing with the duster I'm trying to show you, reduce, if not zero, the stress. Today, people talk about stress is equal to pressure. Mathematically, it's not. There is an important in denominator, which is your inner resistance, your resilience. So do that. Please see that pressure is external. I may have a pressure of going to another meeting right now, but how much I'm comfortable here in the session will determine my stress, not the pressure. Pressure could be from outside, but do I take stress is my input. So please know P by S is S. Therefore, stress is manageable, and I mean it. So do work, do build your resilience. Be it by good friends, be it by wonderful breathing, be it by good food, good exercise, good sleep, certainly. So please do build and reduce, if not completely zero. I agree, today's lifestyle, but do reduce it. So if we were to wrap up, immunity boosting lifestyle comes from the dimension which are present in front of you. Have balanced and wholesome foods, very important. Also bank upon a healthy lifestyle on other dimension. Build your resilience. And when you do, you are caring about your mind. And this brings me the question which I gave to all of you. What is EI to you? If you could text or now unmute and say, Ananya, you are on the video, great. Why don't you unmute and say something on EI? And all the three dimensions together will give you the aspect of building the complete immunity. With this, I have to say in my wrapping up slide, no, don't eat less, but eat better, and certainly stay positive. Things will be different. Things will be difficult also sometimes, but just be resilient to say. I'm open to the question and answer, and I leave it to the organizers to let me know. Otherwise, I am certainly big thanks to the organizers with our Indian namaste to all. And it was lovely meeting this bunch of people. And I'm sure we will be meeting more. And I'm available on LinkedIn with this simple handle, or connect me on the mail so that let us meet more, discuss more. What did you like? What are your inputs? Can I also learn from you? That will be my intention. So with this, Ramya, thanks once again. You have done a great job, you and your team. I must appreciate you completely. The whole, your office is doing a great in terms of bringing such wonderful events for all of us together. Thank you so much. And I am open to your thoughts and inputs with the audience. With this, I like to stop sharing. Yeah, can we have some thoughts or how you want to take it further? So EI, I was trying, if I have not got, no problem. It is emotional intelligence. We all talk of cognitive intelligence. It's very important to also have emotional intelligence. I think I clicked my windows. Yeah, 1 minute. So this is it, emotional intelligence. Yeah. So that is, I really invite to all of us to build. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've left a dot on time. I hope that is okay.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really very interesting and interactive session happened with you today. And participants, if you have any questions regarding this session, you can raise your hands, or else you can keep your questions in chat box also.
It will be great. Kindly unmute and talk. Come on the camera and talk. It will be great. You can also give your views. You can add some dimensions from your side. All thumbs up, a double thumbs up. I think we have an active participant in Jennifer in us. I'm really going to the alternative medicine by knowing some important things, especially the eating habits. Absolutely. It's important. Your aspect of alternative medicine is great. It makes high sense to work on it. So really, the time has come that we take the body is our own control, rather than getting affected only by advertisements, the way lifestyle is running right now. So that's why I talk of preventive and promotive healthcare. Later come to curative when things are not going the right way. Certainly bank upon the cure. Thank you. Appreciate your presence, Jennifer. Thank you so much. How do we balance emotions? And you share. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for this question, Krutika. So emotions are balanced by knowing yourself very well. What you are, who you are, what you want, rather than comparing and competing from external world. Unfortunately, sometimes from the childhood, we know that we must be better, respect to others. No. Look at your potentials. Look at your, I just mentioned in the baseline slide, we all are important. So when you know your USP, your uniqueness, you know how good you are, bank upon that, build it. Don't be very mediocre. Go chase your dreams with your potential rather than copying somebody or competing, I would like to say. So if you are self-aware, if you are self-motivated, and if you also understand others, being empathetic, I'm sure, Krutika, you can be in balanced emotions. Crying is also not wrong. Feeling sad is also not wrong, but not often and always. Try to be happier. That's what is the dimension. It's not that you can't, shedding tears is not wrong, including for boys, unlike in Indian society, what they tell. No, feel happy, but also express your uneasiness. Bank upon somebody who can share, but not look at the Instagram and feel, oh, I do not have this. They have iPhone, they have that. No, not at all. Be happy what you are doing. Be proud, and you will see you are better at emotions. You can connect me more on this, Krutika, if you want. I hope I could answer to an extent to your question. It's a very, very big aspect. We discussed on this. There are people who have done a great job in eating, wonderful diet, wholesome diet, very physically active. Yet they have could not manage the stress which is here and which comes more from the offices or society, and they have a collapsed heart health. How is it possible? Please tell. Very, very calculated inputs of the diet, very physically active, blood report saying wow for cholesterol levels. Still we have seen. So let's the psycho-neuro dimension you cannot ignore is what I'm trying to mention on that. So if at all you want a good diet or good lifestyle, do take care of this part of the dimension. I think I'm holding my forehead and I'm trying to bring that attention. So this is for this there. Thank you, Moses, for your comment. Yes, I would try to do that, what you have written, sure. And I think I missed sending. I typed, but I did not mention on EI. EI is very important aspect. How much we chase marks, chase your own inputs in terms of your mental wealth. Yes, Moses, I have noted your email ID and I'll send it to you. Sure, things must be shared. Connect me on the LinkedIn as well. Sometime we take some aspects, dimensions. Sometimes I connect with life dealings and I try to put it on same LinkedIn through the posts. It's all connected, interconnections. So thank you so much. If any other thought is there, I'm there to talk. I do see some of us have joined a little late. No problem. If there was some other work, and it could be very early morning for many of you, so you can always bank upon the live which is being streamed. So I'm sure organizers are putting it on the YouTube as well. So happy health to all of us. Thank you. Bye-bye. And I leave the forum back to the organizers, Bhargavi, Ramya. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was well expressed and well versed with your presentation. So with that note, moving on to the second keynote session. Yeah, before going to that, I request all the participants to turn on their cameras to have a snap. I repeat again, I request all the participants to turn on their cameras so that we can have a small capture. Yeah, very happy to see you all. So 1, 2, 3, we are going to capture. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for cooperating with us.
Good job, Bhargavi. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful remaining conference also. Really meet all its outcomes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So inviting the second speaker, Dr. Manju P. George, clinical nutritionist and certified diabetes educator, chief dietitian, VPS Lakeshore Hospital, India. Ma'am, now the session is over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful invite. And I'm really very happy to be in the virtual academic feast, really. And many thanks to Dr. Pratima also to keep the forum open for a greater thought. And I can just follow your session with the current topic at hand. Let me share my screen.
My pleasure, Dr. Manju. Thank you.
Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, we cannot see your screen.
Okay, one second. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen now.
Okay. Okay. So this is in continuation with my previous keynote speaker. So now we just heard about immunity, health, and variety of nutrients, variety of diets, and the importance of having food for a healthy mind and body. So it's not like, as she specifically pointed, we have to eat and then be in the good health. So that follows a specific maintenance of metabolic health and nutrition. And I'm glad to represent the hospital where I'm working, VPS Lakeshore Hospital, Cochin, Kerala. And I would like to throw some light on the few aspects over here. We know there is no introduction required for what is metabolism. It is energy production, building new tissues, breaking down of all tissue to repair, elimination of waste, growth, cellular production, everything is involved in this. Definitely, every chemical process in the body is a metabolism and is necessary for maintaining life. And metabolic health is super important as it optimizes all of the bodily functions. What is the difference between metabolism and nutrition? When we talk about metabolism, it is a chemical process the body uses to transform the food we eat into the fuel that keeps us alive. Whereas nutrition is the science.
Mom, sorry to interrupt you. Your slides are not moving, ma'am. We can see your first slide only.
Is it moving now? Is it
No,
moving?
ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's still the first slide only. Or else once stop sharing and again you can restart.
We'll do that. Is it okay? Is it moving?
No, ma'am. It's ma'am, can you please keep in the slideshow so that it will help in moving the slides? In the bottom corner, right side corner, you can see the 3 icons.
Yeah, I have done that. I'll once again reached. Am I in? Can you see it moving?
No, ma'am.
Actually, your first slide was selected, madam. Maybe that's why it was not seen as moving.
Okay. Is it fine?
Yes. Try to move the slides, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Now it is moving,
No?
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Thank
You can continue it now.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. Now we are talking about the metabolism and nutrition, and there are nutrients, metabolic nutrients. The major absorbed end products of food digestion are, we know, the macro and macronutrients basically. So they break into smaller parts and they help in the metabolic activity in the body. Nutrient metabolism in human health. It defines the molecular fate of nutrients and other dietary compounds in humans, as well as outlining the molecular basis of processes supporting nutrition, such as chemical sensing and appetite control. We'll come into this topic a little later. Have you heard of the term metabolic meal? Metabolic meal is there. Many terms I would like to, because these are all new, not new concepts, but the selection of food and the optimization, everything counts when we are into this kind of scenario, because there are n number of options available outside. The way how we select and have the food, it definitely depends on our metabolic health. So metabolic meal is a one which a pattern of eating where the goal is to increase metabolism or metabolic rate, the inner heat. The metabolic rate has to go on. Then only the proper muscle mass, the adequate balance of the body, hormonal balance, everything will be achievable. The BMR is the age-old term, so not much of explanation on this. So the higher the metabolism, the higher the active status of the body. Metabolic health is the term to describe how well we generate and process energy in the body. It means being free of metabolic diseases. To be metabolic healthy means the body should be able to respond to food in a beneficial way that reduces the risk of conditions such as other metabolic diseases, especially non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Nowadays, it's very, very common, even in younger population. So these areas are to be addressed, and we have to take measures or to choose the food. Definitely the tasty food, the variety has to be enjoyed, but this should eliminate the metabolic diseases prevailing in the society. Metabolic health in clinical scenario, it points to optimal levels of 5 markers: blood sugars, triglycerides, HDL, blood pressure, and waist circumference. We know this is defining metabolic syndrome in turn. And food, sleep, exercise, and emotional health. Madam has already discussed on the emotional quotient here. So have been proven to create best metabolic health. So we all have to try not only to fill the stomach, but to fill the mind, but to satisfy the emotions, to be friendly, to enjoy the atmosphere, to enjoy the nature. So everything counts into action. It's good to know about 3 metabolic types. We all would have come into these types, more or less. Ectomorphs are long and lean. So by nature, they are like this. Endomorphs are rounded with lots of muscle and body fat, a stockier structure, and a slower metabolism. Mesomorphs with the genetic makeup and thanks to genes, they are athletic and muscular, capable of gaining weight or losing weight easily. So efficient metabolic system is there. So this by default, they are into that, but after a particular age, it may not be possible to gain or lose weight that easily. But gaining is easy, but losing weight may not be that easy. The other 2 people, they have to maintain an optimal balance by giving a little more extra effort. Definitely, all the balance of lifestyle parameters come into action. Why is metabolic health important? Simple answer: to prevent metabolic diseases. When do we have poor metabolic health? When we have poor metabolic health, higher chance of developing all the metabolic diseases will be in the queue. So it has to be prevented. How we can be metabolically healthy? To maintain ideal waist size, blood sugars under control, blood pressure under control, good fats, no need to take medications for any of these conditions. So in this case, we can at least be assured that we are metabolically okay. Tests to explain the condition. Few tests are there, many are there. Genetic tests and nutrigenomics, as Madam Pratima had rightly pointed, it's there. But basically OGTT and oral lipid tolerance test, lipopolysaccharide challenges. So all these things are in medically, it's being done to see the tolerance level. There's another term called metabolic score. In clinical practice, we haven't done this manually, but we have certain apps helping for this. So this will be showing the metabolic score, and it will be somewhat like this. This is another app which shows the score like this. So it is the range is happening between 1 to 10, and the multiplies of this will be showing like this. So that predicts the metabolic score of our pattern. Measuring metabolic health. the simple blood test and waist circumference, by which we can interpret how metabolically healthy we are. This is another formula which was found, metabolic age calculator. This also I don't think any of us are doing, but out of interest it was again done. And certain body fat monitors, and those will be providing metabolic age, so otherwise body age. So it's like a cosmetic factor to many, but it has a significance that a higher metabolic age means someone's metabolic rate is lower than expected for their age. For example, if I'm at the age of 50 years, if my metabolic age shows 80 years, that means my metabolism is slow. I need to be muscular. I need to build up my muscles and be active. If I'm 50 and my metabolic age shows 40, that means I am metabolically much healthier. My metabolic age is showing the lower side. So muscular and the metabolic age is good in that score. Metabolic syndrome score or metabolic syndrome severity score is a clinical prediction rule for diagnostic and therapeutic decisions, which employs available components as given here. So this is again from a publication. So the details will be enlisted there. These are all parameters with which we can analyze the metabolic risk score, where do we stand. There is another one called metabolically healthy obesity. It is defined by the absence of any metabolic disorder and cardiovascular disease, including type 2 diabetes, dyslipidemia, hypertension, atherosclerosis in a person with obesity. So here 3 criteria have been shown here. Metabolically healthy with normal weight, no or low risk of non-alcoholic fatty liver. Metabolically healthy obese. So again, they are not to that risk, but with mild to moderate risk only. This can be again maintained by physical activity, so that they need not go into the range of metabolic diseases. This is metabolically unhealthy obesity. We are seeing many of this category people over there. This second category is also there. We have to analyze them. A little more choice can be given in the dietary regimen along with exercise patterns, so that they can maintain the pattern. And metabolically unhealthy obese, the criteria is shown here. They are found to be high risk of developing non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So these are the thrust areas which we need to look into a person who, as rightly Dr. Pratima said, the culture, the food pattern, the genotype, the phenotype, their genetic backup, everything has to be considered. So based on that, we need to give a personalized plan when a person comes to us for the correction. This is a pictorial representation of metabolic healthy obesity. The person may look so plump, but we have seen many people, all the levels will be within limits. So they are not at risk. I mean, they are a little moderate risk is there, but not too risky lifestyle pattern. With management, they can definitely be into the normal, safer pattern style. This is a few papers I shared for further reading. And the components of metabolic health and metabolic syndrome are given here. Atherogenic dyslipidemia, inflammatory profile, prothrombotic state, insulin resistance, hypertension, endocrine dysfunction. These are the circles which are the points which are to be taken care while thinking about a metabolic health and metabolic syndrome. When is it supposed to be a poor metabolic health? When we are likely to experience greater variations in serum lipids, especially the biochemical parameters. This is not good for health, and it puts us a greater risk of metabolic syndrome and followed by metabolic diseases. So this has to be, we should watchful, like the general checkups and those things can be done. Annual checkups help in that. If we find any variation, lifestyle modification can be done and redo the assessments pattern. So definitely we'll know where do we stand. Risk factors that could lead to metabolic syndrome are given here. Like as we all know, the variations in blood sugars, blood pressure, triglyceride level, reduced HDL and increased LDL, larger waist circumference, unhealthy dietary practices, and activity level reduction. All these things, it is from the beginning, it is the key points. And again, trust is given to this only. So there is no easy goal or easy way to come out of this condition. Slow and steady pace only will help. What decreases metabolism? Yes, we know eating too few calories. Nowadays, it is also very common. I don't eat much, but still I gain weight. Why? Again, it is decreases metabolism. So that is another factor for this. Protein, deprivation of protein, leading a sedentary lifestyle. We are so busy in the current world. We don't have time to be active. We don't have time to eat properly. We don't have time to relax. It's all stressful now. So the sedentary lifestyle, not getting enough high quality sleep, at least 6 hours sound sleep in the night needs to be done. Drinking sugary beverages, so energy is too high. You have a cup of coffee with sugar, you are done for the day. We may not feel appetite, but is the body starving? A lack of strength training. So here again, activities importance is given properly. What causes low metabolism? Any chronic diseases will slow down metabolism, and obesity also. The higher fat mass and lower muscle mass tend to slower our metabolism. It is a concern because the loss of muscle mass slows the metabolism. As age progresses, metabolism goes down. Why? Because the muscular strength, the muscular integrity goes down. Fat mass is on the upper side to those who are not physically active. And when we restrict too much of calories, the body starts to break down muscle for energy. Like that also, our muscular power, the muscular strength weakens. So metabolically, to be metabolically healthy and active, we have to do strength training. So some activity, physical activity, at least for 10 to 15 minutes a day has to be done. Go for lean protein and healthy carbs and fats. Watch out for hidden hunger in that sense, especially the micronutrient deficiency is called as hidden hunger. So that should not be happening, especially magnesium, calcium, other electrolytes, everything counts into action. So this has to be given proper care. Intermittent fasting is very, very common. The try and restricted fasting, it has its effect, but if not done on a scientific way, it will also take a toll on the muscular health and poor metabolism. With activity, only intermittent fasting will be helpful. That too, and it has to be what we do in the hospital is we modify the pattern. It's not just 2 meals a day. In the eating window, we provide low calorie, protein rich snacks so that the body is not starving or the metabolism is made active. With physical activity, it gives more results. These are few studies or papers for further reading is shared here. Again, hyperinsulinemia is very, very common now. It's also another metabolic distress happening into the body. So hyperinsulinemia, when what happens, people will feel postprandial sugars are lowering. So they'll tend to eat more sugars. That will increase the insulin again. So insulin secretion is more, or the serum insulin level is high, which leads to insulin resistance, other hormonal abnormalities, PCOD in the case of women, and many of the distress also happening, thyroid dysfunctions are happening. So all these things, we can control it by providing metabolically active nutrients, like especially proteins we can give, good quality proteins with mindful eating, definitely, not just too much quantity. And good fibers can be given, space between meals, emotional stress can be maintained. So everything counts into action. 5 ways to boost metabolism: getting at least 30 minutes of physical activity. For a very busy person, I suggest at least 15 minutes physically active. We have many apps and or YouTube links in the mobile, so it can be made use of at home. They can do it. Eat plenty of vegetables, fruits, lean protein, and whole grains for the fiber. Saturated fat can be taken but limited. Salt, yes, needed, but in moderation. Maintain a healthy weight, healthy body fat in that purpose, for that purpose. The thin fat Indian concept you must be knowing. For this, we may be on the normal weight, but the body fat will be more. That is not a good sign. So physical activity can maintain this aspect with good quality protein intake. Smoking alcohol, definitely we know what is to be done. According to Dr. Rekha Kumar, we need to look at metabolism beyond just body weight. She again asserts that sleep hygiene should also be incorporated into improving metabolic health. So again and again, the same point is stressed for maintaining the metabolic health. And last but not the least, this everybody knows, but it is we lack to follow, or we lack to practice it. So varied diet, as the first speaker rightly pointed, the varied diet is needed. The colorful nature has to be brought to the platter. Reduce simple sugars and processed foods. Go for home cooked meals. Let's enjoy the home cooked pattern. Rest, get enough sleep, enjoy, relax, exercise, keep or increase the level of exercise, reduce stress. The self practice only is needed. Everybody can support you or tell you be stress free or relax emotionally, be peaceful, like that. But internally, if one person has to decide whether he or she needs to control it or not, manage it. Time restricted eating or feeding can be tried, but with mindful approach. And as I suggested, it has to be accompanied with low calorie liquids and more of protein rich snacks in between. Then plenty of sunshine and fresh air. When allowed, maintain a positive social networks. Fulfillment through spirituality, meditation, gratitude practice, or hobby, whatever it is, which makes your mind happy. A positive mindset, again reinforcing with the first speaker. Do not smoke, avoid, best to quit excess alcohol and drugs. That I would like to complete. Thank you once again. I'm open for questions.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Participants, any queries or questions? Yes, ma'am, here is a question from Kirutiga. Can you suggest some low-calorie, high-protein snack you mentioned, ma'am?
Yeah, we in the daily practice, what we suggest is we know eggs are there. Egg white, there is no fat, no carb, so it's good to have. So egg white need not be just boiled and have. It can be scrambled. It can be done as a vegetable egg white omelette. It can be mixed with your leafy vegetable, dry thoran and things like that. So it can be made into different forms. So along with the protein, you can increase the fiber. It will be providing satiety. And nuts is another snack what we can try out. We need not go for the dry fruits much. It can be added if the rest of the parameters are fine in a minimal spacing, but you can go for it. And pulses, yes, sprouts are there. So likewise, the naturally occurring protein enriched pattern need not be very high amount, but small portion, especially when you travel, when you go to office, during job, you can try it out. And makhanas are there, the lotus seed, it is also coming into practice now, so that is there. So those who can afford to that, they can try it out, or you can roast it at home. Not the flavored ones not be there. So plenty of options are there. We need to find out and try it in the daily practice so that we can suggest the same to other people also.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope, Kirtiga, you got your answer. Any other participants having queries regarding this session? I hope they are clear with the session, ma'am, and it was very clearly explained by you.
Thank you once again. Thanks to all organizers. Have a nice time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Moving on to the third keynote session by Chadwick Tigo, nutrition and public health scientist, agri-food systems expert, lecturer, Kabete National Polytechnic Technical Facilitator, and nutrition content developer, Nutrition and Dietetics Academy, NDA, Kenya. Dr. Chadwick, sir, we are very glad to have you here with us today. Now the session is over to you. You can start giving your presentation. Dr. Chadwick, sir. Sir, we cannot hear. We cannot hear you, sir. Sorry, sir, we cannot hear you.
I'm asking the speakers. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Now we can hear you, but your voice is breaking. I hope you're having some issues with your network connectivity.
Sorry for that. I think the network has some issues. However, we'll proceed.
Yes, now it
If
is
you
clear,
can hear
sir.
me, then thank you so much. Mine, I'll navigate slightly different. I've heard of the clinical presentation. I want to take you through the navigation of the food systems. But how best can we navigate the issue and cover what we call, I'll give some examples of what we call, I hope you can see my screen also. Trying to have it done first. Can you see what I'm sharing?
Yes, sir, we can see your first slide.
Thank you
Navigating
so much.
intricate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, I want to navigate with you, because when we navigate this particular indicator of food systems, and I remember we have been taken keenly on how to curb obesity. Some of these is clinical, but now I want to take you to food systems and see what are some of the practical aspects and how we can also play around with it, but also in nutrition science and see the importance of it. When I talk about navigating this integrated food system, remember the food has a channel before it reaches our table. And if you noted, the parting shot for one of our presenters was that we need to take care of our diet. And for us to take care of our metabolic health, we also need to take care of our diet. I want us to have an overview of some of the global challenges that affect our food systems. And then I look at the food and the health nexus, the food system focus, and precisely the diabetic focus. These are some of the societal changes that we are experiencing. One of them is population. And if I just explain briefly, the population is on the rise, mostly in Africa and Asia. And if you look at the world map, we are accounting for the highest population in terms of obesity. Food and health is, I've highlighted the two because these are the more intricate things that are really affecting our people. Poverty, water, sanitation, the environment, climatic change, and the energy. And if I talk about the climatic change, the shift in climatic change has affected our food and the diet. And therefore, our lifestyles in terms of the dietary has also been impacted on. And therefore, the outcome that we have is now we are having poor health. And that's now what is termed, if you look at nutrition and the areas of nutrition, we are looking at the three intricate areas. Number one, we are so much concerned with the triple burden of malnutrition. And my immediate, my immediate predecessor presenter just mentioned of three things. She mentioned about the hidden hunger, and we look at it vis-a-vis the health. I want to navigate this thing that remember the global hunger under the shadow of food system is on the rise. But as I look at the global hunger, what of it is what of interest we have with obesity? But whereby we are having poor diets, unhealthy diets, and this is a result of increased healthy and increased cost of healthy diets. Therefore, magnitude of our population may not be able to take sufficient diet. Number two, we are having villages which have high levels of income inequality. Therefore, the access to adequate food, access to healthy food becomes a problem. As the world is on track, is not on track completely. Remember, we have what we call the global, what we call the SDGs. Particularly, the world is not on track on any to achieve global nutrition targets. And when I look at these global nutrition targets, some of them are impeded with what we call the non-communicable diseases, whereby obesity lies in. As we move on, as I look at obesity, where it falls, obesity basically falls under this part we call, we are mentioning, and we are having the non and undernourished. And if you look at Asia, where India is and where this conference is being handled, we are talking about, and in terms of undernutrition, the other parts of the world are there. The same happens when we have the the overnourished or not nourished. That means both normal and the other excess. That means in terms of the hidden hunger and in terms of the overnutrition. The same, yeah, that means our populations are really affected with the two edges of the sword. If I look at some of the causes of food insecurity, because one of the key things that we are coming is that food insecurity in Kenya, like giving an example, as a result, remember Kenya has been facing what we call a dynamic shift in terms of climatic change. And around 3.5 million people have been suffering from food insecurity. What does this simply translate into? There is an increase. If I lose you, because I'm told my internet is shaky, if you lose me, please let me know. So why is it shaky? And I'm saying there's cooking oil issues. Realize most of our countries rely on imports. That is in terms of cooking oil, the maize flour, and at times even some of the foodstuffs. So if there's a global economic crisis, therefore it impacts on the food intake of a country, but that one also impacts directly to the health of magnitude and population. Apart from that, what are some of the 21st centuries that we are facing? The health, we are facing our diet in terms of the food system. We are looking at the food system. What my colleague was just talking about, the metabolic symptoms. Now it encompasses in terms of obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular, and dementia, cancer. So they are all there. Then we have the ecological food. So our food system, that means our food. And remember, when I'm talking about the food system, I'm looking at all the processes whereby the food, from the time it is planted and the time it is put on the table, and all those particular processes that are involved. Other people look at now, it is an improved version of the value chain. Here, and when I talk about ecological footprint, I'm looking at the water, the land use, the natural resource, and the environmental stewardship. All these have been impacted on the global climatic change. We have a depleted soils, and we realize now a lot of efforts are towards improving our crops to have some minerals and improve on the hidden hunger. Also, we talk about the agricultural competition. We improve the crops, animal agriculture, enhance farm productivity, but all these, we are looking at policies, we are looking at value chain, and we're looking at transportation. Why am I bringing in these in a diabetic? I'm looking at obesity and dietary lifestyle. Because if we cannot change our environment, if we cannot change our agricultural competitiveness, if we cannot have an improved crop, therefore the dietary lifestyle, we may be having the right crop, but with poor nutrition. Lastly, we talk about the bioeconomy. Remember, we are looking at problem-based replacement of petroleum-based products, and this directly affects the food quality that comes to us. I want you to look at this. It's quite captivating. How sustainable it is, the energy, the climate, and the health. And we're saying if our dietary lifestyle is not sustainable, therefore our health cannot be sustainable. Remember, all the nexus are meeting at the center. And our question is what about the sustainability? And we cannot look at only the health. We cannot look only at the obesity, but what also is impacting on our food. We have the water, we have the climatic change, we have the energy. We have to play around with this. In our researches, we have to look at the clinical approach where we have the health, we have to look at the agriculture, we have the food, we have the energy contribution. But the question we have to ask ourselves is about sustainability. The nexus one key thing that has been mentioned in the previous discussion, that if you take care of your diet, if you modify your diet, therefore the equilibrium will shift towards a normal. But again, we are having a problem with our situation, the food insecurity. And sometimes back we are asking ourselves that poor economies, Kenya, and Asia. I'm talking about Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. Most of our population are in poor economies. And one of the key things is that if they're in poor economy, therefore their food insecurity is impacted, their land use is impacted. But how impactful is that to us now having, now again we're having, remember obesity was the term, obesity and dietary lifestyle disease were initially associated with the rich economies. Therefore, upon us having imbalanced food system, that we have poor insecurity, our diets are not sufficient, our diets are not healthy, our diets are not as per recommendations that we have been given. Therefore, we end up eating high calorie diets, which now shift the paradigm now to become then we see, as per to the CDC, 75% of the healthcare spending is for chronic disease. Therefore, that question is really one thing for us. I want you to look at this one. If you modify your behavior, you modify your lifestyle, and you modify your food choices. Therefore, you're highly likely to take care of the excess food and the food insecurity. The health challenges that are also there in the nexus is the chronic diseases, food insecurity, hunger, food safety, and environmental issues. As we move further, we say food safety. Yes, yes, please. Sorry.
Hello. Hello, sir.
I think there's some signal issue with the sirs.
Yes. I hope sir is having some poor connectivity.
Yeah.
Participants, I hope sir is having some poor network connectivity. Let's wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Please stay online.
Did they hear me? Can somebody confirm?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Sorry, I think the network just disappeared.
Yeah.
And sorry for that. I'll just review the slides I was having and quickly come back to it.
Yes, sir, you can resume.
You can see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can see you. We can see your slides.
Thank you. Now, what I was mentioning previously, this is where I was. CDC has already recommended that around 75% of the healthcare spending goes for chronic diseases. And I just mentioned this particular plate that if we can modify our behavior, if we can modify our food choices, therefore our lifestyle, we can also be okay. And in terms of these health challenges, if with our modification of behavior, the chronic diseases, security and hunger, the food safety and the environmental can also be taken care of. Unfortunately, that's where I lost you. And now, what are some of the measurable improvements in health? Is our food nutritious and safe? The community efforts to fight hunger and food insecurity, and even we must employ strategies to combat both adult and childhood obesity. And the interlay in the food systems. From there, are system able to deliver optimum health? Because this is a billion-dollar question. Some of the areas I want us to think, and these one because this is more of an exchange, and these are the groups that have to take lead. And I say, if we have to take lead, we have the government. The government, who is the government? Our institutions, our hospitals, our training institutions, that's academia, our research institution, either international or governmental, have to take lead in looking for the focus on this. We also have to reach the cooperative or extension system so that we can improve our food system and therefore impact our health sectors. And therefore, we can also democratize this knowledge. A lot is being shared online, but it's upon us to bring this information to viability. It's upon us as experts in these areas. How do we relate food systems to obesity? How do we relate food systems to non-communicability? The extension we take out, the dissemination we bring out becomes of viability and becomes of importance. Food and health research, want to look at the biophysical, but also the most important thing we negate is if I'm confined in the health facility, therefore I only look at what the impact of this particular food towards the health of an individual, but I do not look at the social sciences, the environmental. Therefore, let's shift our thinking. So let's have this ideology that food we eat, the environmental challenges that we are having can also be the diet and lifestyle. Let's look at a shift towards the environmental and social sciences. Let's also be informed that the quality of our science will inform our policy. For us to have food system and optimal health, the health outcomes must be driving. And I want to give a few examples. You realize from applied science, the lot which is being done in wheat, that means we are improving some, there's maize, there's iron and zinc improved maize that is in breeding. There's rice, which is also improvement of tomatoes. We are improving animal traits. But the most important thing is that if we alter the gut microbiome, simply what I mean is the health of our gut. Therefore, I like a lady, I think she's in either US or UK. She talks about, she's called Dr. Lori Loshemek. Loshemek is an expert in gut microbiome, is a gut microbiome. And she says that immediately you refocus your gut microbiome, therefore you also shift your optimal health. We also have alteration of the food structure, and I'm looking also seeing how do we retain natural and fresh attributes, because this one will also impact our food choices towards and some of the health and food safety. I want to look at this example, and I am taking this particular example of a tomato. All of us have been taught some of the nutritional benefits of tomato, and we are told one of the key biofactors that is in tomato is what we call the lycopene. And when you think of the lycopene, it has been attributed to cancer prevention. Remember, part of the cancer is attributed to what we call metabolic syndromes. But how has it been achieved? We look at the genetics has been created to improve lycopene, and then applied science, hereby where we have processing and production. And then when we are sure of our processing and production, the clinical trials of the same has been done to see whether lycopene has an impact. Then commercialization of things like tomato juices that is in the packet. One of you'll find in those studies that tomato juice is high in lycopene. So with this a food system approach, we can also have I can talk about a food security production and health system, and we will actually emphasize on the health of our population. I want to look at the One Health. We understand that improved animal health, human and ecological health also has an impact in improving human being health. The complex, its dynamics, its biology, the genetics and socio-economics play a role. Let's not look at only one. And I like how the hospitals do it. When you come to a facility, they want to understand where do you live. It gives them the socio-economic background. The behavior of foods are being consumed. From there, we also have the omics. Nowadays, we want to personalize, and that's why you realize the predecessors talked about we are shifting from, and we want to personalize. We are talking about the genomics, genomics in nutrition, and that's where it's now coming. Exercise and active lifestyle will improve this, and access, that means the children health, the food research must also be really improved. This for the genomics, medical improve the nutritional characteristics, the shelf life, and even the food safety. And when we do this, some of the health initiatives can also be I want you to look at some of the, I want us to have some of the competitive programs within public dietary lifestyle. What areas do you look at so much in food systems? The food security of the diet we eat, the nutrition, childhood and adult obesity, the food safety along the chain, and what is the impact of the climatic change the climatic shift I was talking, and also energy. When I talk about the fellowship, now if we think of how do we make our contribution, the magnitude that we are having is that the pre and postdoctoral areas are some of the areas we can navigate in these particular areas. And then we also have the food safety. We improve the food safety of the nation through the support of the basic research and the science programs. Let's also be very candid about
Sorry for the inconvenience, participants. I hope sir is having very, very poor network connectivity. Let's wait for 1 more minute. He's trying to resolve that.
I think I'm back now.
Yes, sir.
And for us to enhance a healthy and active lifestyle, we consider this four good health pillars: exercise, good nutrition, relaxation, and sleep. This one will give you an active lifestyle. As I want us to take this focus. The food and health is to research food and quality. We also think about nutrition. Let's promote science to combat obesity. What is the communities to fight hunger, food insecurity, childhood obesity? Let's promote food and health information. Let's have more. Let's healthy and sustainable food access. Let's try to combat chronic illnesses. And from there, I want to leave you with this parting shot. As I wind up, this is what will make us if we take environment, and remember environment is in terms of allusion, pollution, soil degradation, is climate. For us to change the shape, therefore we in food production. Let's have individual decision making, individual outcome will end up in labor availability, food availability, but also the environment directly to our health and disease system. The health system, the demand for food and the health system is good. So it's an intricate that cannot stand on its own. People in agriculture, people in health, we need one another. The environment also has to be safe. So if there are calls for changing to improve our we must be good. For us to have a sustainable what we call a sustainable dietary lifestyle. Therefore, our environmental system and food system be also sustainable, and that's where the efficiency comes in. Lastly, ask ourselves this question: if you look at those plates, how is your food insecurity impact? How are rates? How through some issues of metabolic syndrome? How do we increase consumption of fruits and vegetables? Because these have a direct impact. Remember last year, I think it was the UN, UN year of fruits and vegetables. benefits towards non-comfortability. And then you say, my life, my behavior, my choice. And then my choice, this is my health. I wish to end there. Say thank you for the organizer of the particular conference. I submit that this is and we can have a shift in. Thank you so much, and may God bless.
Thank you, sir. Participants, any questions regarding this session? I repeat again, participants, if you have any queries regarding these sessions, you can put your queries in the chat box or else you can raise your hand too. I hope participants are clear with this session, sir. So once again, I request all the participants to turn on their cameras to have a small picture. Sir, could you please stop sharing the screen? Dr. Chadwick, sir. Dr. Chadwick, sir, I request you to stop sharing the screen.
Trying to disable it, having a small challenge.
Dr. Chadwick, sir.
Yes. I'm trying to disable it. Stop share. I've seen it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I must really appreciate all the participants in the early morning ready for the conference and having a very fresh morning with this conference. Glad to see you all here.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I proceed?
We are going with the snap.
Actually, ma'am, I have to go to inform the organizer. I have to attend one of the funeral of my close relatives. My session will be at 11:40 to 11:50 a.m. My name is Dr. Rameshwar Jaju. If you allow me, so I can proceed, please.
Actually, the breakout rooms were about to open, sir. We'll be starting these technical sessions within a few minutes and we'll assist you in that.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, participants, with that. So now we are going to open breakout rooms. I hope many of the participants are aware how to join breakout rooms. Once again, I'm gonna assist you in that. Within few seconds, we will be opening the breakout rooms. If participants are using the laptop or PCs, in the bottom of your screen, you can able to find the option of breakout room. Please click on that. And then you will be able to find the 3 rooms, Hall A, Hall B, Hall C. I request all the participants to join their respective rooms which you are allocated with. To know your halls and participation time, I refer all the people to refer your agenda. All the details have been shared on your agenda on your registered mail ID.
Bhargavi madam, can you please repeat again?
Sure, ma'am. If
How
participants
to join the rooms?
Yeah, the breakout rooms are not yet open. We are opening it. Once we have opened the breakout rooms, you will be find an option of breakout rooms in your screen. Please click on breakout rooms. And after that, you will be able to find 3 rooms, Hall A, Hall B, and Hall C. By clicking on the hall, whichever you are allocated with, you can able to join in that hall. Yes, the rooms are open now. So before entering the rooms, we have one more thing to share with you. So USFN is very glad to introduce one more conference of its 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. The conference is gonna happen with the theme Emerging and Future Trends in Food Health and Nutrition Wellness. It's gonna take place on 13th and 14th October 2023. It's gonna happen in a hybrid mode in Australia, and as well as people can attend the conference in the same virtual mode also. And as of now, the conference is going, half the conference is going on with the poster presentations and oral presentations. This conference is also gonna have same kind of presentations. Participants who are interested can start submitting their abstracts for this conference too. And we are very glad to have you all here, and as well as to in our upcoming conferences also. And I promise you that this upcoming conference is gonna give the vast exposure for you to express your knowledge, everything in that. So it's gonna be a great platform for you to expose your skills and to gain the knowledge more by our eminent keynote speakers. Interested candidates can scan here and get the registration details from here. And if you have any queries regarding this, you can contact us on our contact numbers. So participants can start joining in the breakout rooms. I hope you can able to see the breakout option in your screens. Participants who are allocated with the main hall can remain in the same here. We are going to start the technical sessions in few minutes. I repeat again, participants who are allocated with the main hall can stay back here. We'll be starting our technical sessions in few minutes. And if any participant is having or facing any difficulties in joining the breakout room, they can mention in the chat box. I'll be assisting you in joining that.
এটা নোয়ারো
Hi, Sri Priya ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, Bhargavi. Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, with your permission, can we start for the today's session, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Once again, I welcome you all the participants to the Day 2 conference of International Conference on Food, Public Health and Lifestyle. So now we are going to start the session for Day 2. I take immense pleasure in inviting our session chair, Dr. Sri Priya Shazi, counseling psychologist and nutritionist, Srisha Counseling, a center for nutritional and psychological well-being, affiliated to World Mental Health Federation, India. Ma'am, welcome. Okay, ma'am, today we are having completely of 16 presentations. Out of that, where 1, 2, 3 are gonna be poster and remaining are oral. So quickly, I'm gonna give the instructions to the participants for the Day 2. So you will be allocated for the oral presentation. Each participants will be allocated with the 10 minutes, and where 8 minutes are gonna for your presentation, 2 minutes is going to be the question and answer session by our session chair. And for poster presentations, the time allocated for each participant is 5 minutes, where 3 minutes is allocated for the presentation and 2 minutes is allocated for question and answer sessions by our session chair. I hope everyone is clear with the instructions. I request all the participants to stick on to their time so that we can go as per our agenda. And while a presentation is going on, it's my sincere request to all the participants, make sure to have their mics on mute so that the session is gonna remain undisturbed and will have a smooth interaction with everyone. With that note, moving on to the presentations.
Excuse me, Bhargavi.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, presenters. Today it is going to be the beautiful day for every one of you. And I welcome each and every one of you for this wonderful presentation. Keep yourself at the ease. I have few things. Number one, keep your things ready, presentation slides and everything ready. And please switch on your videos when, at least while you are presenting. Okay. And please try to keep up on time. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. So as of now, the first 2 presenters are unavailable for the meeting, ma'am. They'll be joining in a while. We are going with the third presenter, Hafsana Fatima M. from Maharani Cluster University, India. Gonna give her oral presentation on development and evaluation of Zamun, Syzygium cumini L fruit leather. Hafsana, I hope you're ready with your presentation. So she left the meeting. We are going with other presentation. Asha. I hope Asha is available in the meeting. From Symbiosis International, deemed to be University, India, going to give her presentation on awareness about consumption of dietary fiber among adults. Asha ma'am, you can start sharing your screen and go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asha. I'm from Symbiosis International University, Pune. My research topic was awareness about consumption of dietary fiber among adults in Bangalore. Looking at what is dietary fiber is made up of a non-digestible carbohydrate compound, typically which is a form of polysaccharides that derive from plant-based diet. So it is a plant-based, which is a part of polysaccharides. It is seen that in our modern days, 21st world century, chronic diseases are predominant. So recent researchers has found that there's several aspects of our lifestyle, including sleep, exercise, and diet, which results in inflammatory and dysmetabolic processes, which leads to weight gain and obesity. So these weight gain and obesity also causes a various factor, and it can lead to more than 50 chronic medical disorders, including type 2 diabetes mellitus, dyslipidemia, hypertension, obstructive sleep apnea, cardiovascular diseases. Looking at consumption of dietary fiber, this is included. This involves various metabolic overall. This is linked to various metabolic health, colon health conditions, CVD, gut motility, risk of collateral cancer. It is also seen that. Um, is there any disturbance? Sorry. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please continue, Asha.
Yeah. It is also seen that there's a correlation between consumption of dietary fiber and mortality. Looking at gut microbiota also plays a major role. It is overall linked with the consumption of dietary fiber and gut microbiota, which helps in control of hunger, metabolic process, and root for chronic inflammation, which leads to various conditions like obesity and weight gain. Dietary fiber, there's various classification. Dietary fiber is mainly classified based on the water solubility into soluble fiber and insoluble fiber. What is soluble fiber? So soluble fiber is dissolves in water to form a gel-like material. This basically improves the viscosity of the stool, and it also helps in lowering blood cholesterol and glucose level. Insoluble fiber, they promotes the movement of material through our digestive system, which will increase the bulk of the stool. So this is beneficial in constipation and irregular stools. Soluble fiber is found in foods such as oats, peas, beans, apple, citrus fruits, carrots, etc. Insoluble fibers are seen in wheat flour, whole wheat flour, wheat bran, nuts, vegetables, cauliflowers, etc. So looking at the recommendation, the United States National Academy of Science, Institute of Medicine has given the following recommendations for adult, for Indian population. So men aged 14 to 50 are recommended to have 38 grams per day of dietary fiber. 51 years and older, 30 grams per day. Women aged 19 to 50, 25 grams per day. Women 51 and older, 21 grams per day. So looking at my study, objective of our study was to examine the awareness and knowledge regarding dietary fiber, including and to analyze the relationship between self-reported health status among Indian adults. So this was a pilot study including 66 participants, where our inclusion criteria was adult males and females aged between 20 to 50 years. The ability to comprehend proper relevant information and Indian citizens were considered. Exclusion criteria with children, adolescents, pregnant women, and other nationalities were excluded from the study. Research methodology, it was a pilot study. The study period was over 2 months. Method of data collection was one-to-one interview from a Google form. Study area was multi-speciality hospital in Bangalore. The sample size was total of 66 participants, where males were 18 and females were 45 participants. Our data collection tool included a questionnaire which was used in a survey form, and this included 5 different sessions of questions. The first, we checked for the socio-demographic characters, including their sex, age, socio-economic status. Then consumption of dietary fiber sources was analyzed using a validated dietary fiber intake short frequency questionnaire. This is a quick and accurately classify individuals based on the habitual dietary fiber. So the options given in the questionnaire were 5 different food groups were given, which had the majority of dietary fiber. And then the options where they don't consume less, or they consume less than once a month, 1 to 3 times a month, 2 to 4 times a month, and so on. Then we analyze the knowledge about dietary fiber and the health impact, and also the preference of food choices while eating outside or having fast foods, and also the reason for lack of dietary fibers, including their thoughts, like if they found that the dietary fiber sources were expensive, or they found that there were limited health benefits, or they did not like the taste, or the perception of that it's being not readily available. And also self-reported health status of the study participants were noted, including diabetes, obesity, high cholesterol, hypertension, GI disturbance, and food allergy. Results. In a study, over 48 were females and 18 of them were males. And 37.9% were middle class, 45.50% were upper middle class, and 9.10% were lower middle class. Food habits, considering the food habits among the participants, 84% were non-vegetarian and 12% were vegetarian. And we also checked for the food allergy. We also noted down the food allergy. So we found that 77% did not have any food allergies, but 8.6% were lactose intolerant and 7% were intolerant to nuts and oilseeds. So looking at the self-reported health status of the study participants and their perception to food rich in dietary fiber, we observed that the GI disturbance, the majority of participants faced acidity, bloating, and flatulence compared in the majority population. And the health status, majority of them had diabetic, and most of them were obese. And when we looked at the reason for lack of dietary fiber, majority, most of them were not aware about the dietary fiber in the food, and a few of them found it expensive, and most of them disliked the taste of the diet foods which contain dietary fiber. Consumption of foods rich in dietary fiber, this was using the short frequency questionnaire. So we checked if they consumed it in over past 1 year, how were the consumption. So it was seen that fruits, majority of them consumed around 2 to 4 servings per week. And when it comes to vegetable, it was observed that 1 serving per day, at least 1 serving per day of vegetables were consumed. Breads and cereals, over 2 servings per day of bread, cereals, which included wheat, rice, everything was consumed. And looking at nuts and oil seeds, majority of them had weekly 1 serving per week of nuts and oil seeds. And legumes and pulses, at least 1 serving per day. 48.5% had legumes and pulses at least a day. So looking at a research finding, the present survey-based study highlights the level, knowledge, awareness, and attitude towards consumption of foods rich in dietary fiber and its health benefit. So the study reveals a disparity between the level of knowledge of importance of dietary fiber in a balanced, healthy diet and food choices of the participants, especially while eating out. And it also shows the health conditions such as constipation, high cholesterol, and obesity were significant and inversely associated with consumption. And also, it's also known that the health benefit, the dietary fiber have health benefit in reducing obesity, type 2 diabetes, etc. So as per the recommendation of World Health Organization, at least 25 grams of dietary fiber is recommended per day, but it depends slightly on population. But however, in our study, average daily intake of more than 4 servings of dietary fiber in a regular South Indian diet was reported. Dietary fiber amount and consumption differs in different food groups. So in our study, among cereals, wheat, white rice, and ragi were commonly consumed rather than millet, quinoa, or at least were least consumed. Wheat, ragi, and rice were the most important ingredient of South Indian diet, and it is mostly consumed in the form of chapati, roti, ragi, porridges, ragi ball was all and normal South Indian rice dishes were consumed. Looking at fruits and vegetables, this was the second important source of dietary fiber, and participants preferred cooked vegetables in the form of curries, sabjis, and fresh fruits instead of raw vegetables and peel fruits. It was also observed that 68%, that is almost 45 participants responded that they preferred eating food regularly outside, and 35 preferred having high salt fatty foods instead of having a healthy choice while eating outside. They also self-reported diseases were highest, among which highest was obesity, GI intolerance, thyroid, and diabetes. GI intolerance faced by the participants were also recorded, which found that majority faced acidity. That is, over 29% of the participants faced acidity, 23% faced bloating, and 15% faced flatulence. So our present study also revealed that, also we found out that females consumed a higher frequency of cooked vegetables rather than males, and fruit juices, fresh peeled fruits, and cereals were seen to be consumed higher in males when compared to females. Knowledge of nutrition and its effect is vital to maintain a healthy lifestyle, and it is a great tool for selecting healthy foods. So in our study, the participants, it was observed that they had poor knowledge about the benefit of food rich in dietary fiber on prevention of metabolic diseases like obesity, cardiovascular disease, and regulation of blood sugars. However,
Asha, sorry to interrupt you,
yeah,
but you are out of time. Please try to wrap it up.
sure. Yeah. It was also seen that there is a dispensary in translation of healthy food choices, especially by eating outside. And it was seen that most of the participants observed that they found the food rich in dietary fiber was expensive, and most of them did not like the taste. And as per the study, it was seen that females seem to be more aware about dietary fiber rather than men. And also, the increasing trend shows that the attribute of unhealthy diet and lifestyle, which major studies show that this also helps in reducing metabolic conditions and colon and improving good colon bacteria. Limitations of a study was that as it was not designed to collect a dietary recall, hence actual average consumption per day was not calculated. However, the awareness about health conditions were calculated. And it was also seen that our participants were educated at least to secondary level. And the average monthly income was at least average monthly income families. And furthermore, among 66 participants, they had poor awareness about importance and health benefit in managing and preventing lifestyle disorders. So the study finds a gap between individuals' dietary fiber and intake and knowledge. Also, they have a substantial negative association between dietary fiber and health issues. And as a preferred method of providing knowledge about dietary fiber, promoting health lifestyle, nutritional education, focusing on perception of food high in dietary fiber should be taken into consideration. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. How did you calculate the sample size?
Ma'am, it was a random sampling. It was a purposive sampling. So we sampled from the OPD patients. So where we found the patients, we collected
the duration.
It was 2 months.
Okay, 2 months, 62 patients in OPD.
66 participants, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Don't you think it is a very less sample size?
Ma'am, actually, it was a survey-based study, so we will be conducting more researches in the future. So it was a pilot study to know the awareness, so that we can conduct study later stage.
Okay. And my suggestion is, since it is like a one-to-one interview from Google form, you should target, because the study population, you are saying that in South India, then you should target more population. And since it is a questionnaire-based interview or questionnaire-based study, this sample size, I feel, is okay for pilot study, but it has to be increased so that we can arrive at a proper conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Future, we are looking to conduct more studies on this, ma'am.
Yes, please continue the study.
Yeah.
Thank you, Asha. Participants, please mute your mics. So moving on to the presentation by Hafsana Fatima M from Maharani Cluster University, India, going to give you oral presentation on the topic development and evaluation of Jamun. Hafsana.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Hafsana. Please turn on your video.
So, good morning, everyone. So, my topic is presentation on evaluation and development and evaluation of jamun fruit leather. Ma'am, is my screen visible? Okay. So, jamun fruit leather is rich in iron, antioxidants, zinc, magnesium, calcium, and other micronutrients. So the common name is usually it's called as jamun fruit or Indian blackberry. So
You're not clear. Your voice is not clear.
Ma'am, now.
Could you please come aside, Hafsana? Rather than your voice, we are getting background noise more.
Okay. Now, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, please continue, but please be a bit louder.
Okay. I'll try to be a bit louder. Sorry for the disturbance. So it's jamun fruit. The jamun fruit is rich in micronutrients, zinc, magnesium, calcium, sodium, and potassium. It's also rich in both vitamins and minerals. Then its common name is species generic name is Cesium cumini L. The products available are jamun squash, syrup, and candy. It also rich in antioxidants.
I think she's facing some network connectivity, ma'am.
Afsana, do you need time to adjust your network and all?
You're not able to hear me, ma'am, now also. Okay. Now you're able to hear me, ma'am? Okay, I'll continue. So next is the aim was to develop jamun fruit leather, a healthy snack for children and toddlers. Next, the different types of objectives were a study was undertaken to prepare jamun fruit leather. Different variations were made to alter the taste of the product to check the taste, and the standardization was done, and the sensory evaluation was done based on the hedonic scale. The nutrient analysis and biochemical analysis was done, and the product budgeting and and the market the developed product. The variations were selected based selection of raw material. This is the methodology. Raw materials were selected, standardized, and the variations were jamun, fruit leather, fruit, corn, one with sugar, one with honey, another one with date syrup. In this sensor evaluation was done and biochemical analysis was done. Next is the how was the standardization was done of the jamun fruit leather. First, the fresh jamun fruits were collected, sorted out, and washed, and removal of seeds. And then grinding and sieving was done. 48% of the pulp was obtained, and sugar 1% and cornstarch 2%. It was boiled at the higher temperature for the microbial deterioration, and drying was done at 50 to 600 degrees Celsius for 15 to 16 hours in a medium for moisture content of 14.5. Then the jamun leathers are formed. Okay, then as the flowchart, this is the flowchart of the development of jamun fruit leather. First the standardization, then sensory evaluation, then nutrient analysis was done, shelf life study, budgeting, packaging and labeling, and marketing. This is the mean, the sensory evaluation of the mean and standard deviation. This is the percentage of ingredients, which is the pie chart, where 94% of this is jamun pulp, and 4% is corn flour, and 2% corn flour is for the setting of the jamun fruit leather, and 2% of it is sugar. Then this is the nutrient analysis was done. In which the moisture content of the product was 13.52% and carbohydrate was 80.39. Calcium was it was rich in both calcium and potassium. Okay, this is the shelf life study of the jamun at both room temperature and jamun leather of both room temperature and refrigerator temperature, and it was done for about 3 months. So the overall acceptability was very good. So the
Hafsana? Hello? Hafsana, we cannot hear you. Ma'am, I think she is having network connectivity. So shall we continue with the other presentation?
Yes, please, Bhargavi.
Yes, ma'am. We are going with the other presentation by Anasuya from ARC Home, India. Oral presentation on optimizing blood glucose control in non-insulin dependent type 2 diabetes through combined intervention of diet, counseling, and walking. Ansuya?
Yes, Bhargavi. Can you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I share my slides?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Hafsana, please be available with the good network connectivity. After this presentation, we can continue with your presentation. Make sure that you're having good network connectivity, Hafsana.
Can you able to hear? Can you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is the slides are moving?
No, we can see your only first slide.
Okay, just a minute, ma'am. I'll make it clear.
In the bottom corner, you can keep it for slideshow. Yes, now it is moving. You can go with the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. My topic is on optimizing blood glucose control in non-insulin dependent type 2 diabetes through combined intervention of diet counseling and walking, physical activity. So introduction, diabetes mellitus is a metabolic disorder. It has been characterized by a decreasing abnormal or total inability of the tissue to utilize the carbohydrates in the form of sugars or in the shift or disturbance in the fat and protein metabolism. So formally, the type 2 diabetes is previously called as non-insulin dependent diabetes or an adult onset diabetes. So the result from the body is insufficient of use of insulin in our body. Like more than 95% of the people have been having a diabetes. It is found to have only type 2 diabetes. So this type of diabetes is largely and been prevalence because mainly due to excessive body weight and inactive physical activity. So according to WHO recommendation, the prevention for type 2 diabetes mainly is through diet modifications and physical activity to be included in our daily routine thing. Apart from that, the second course is like medication to be treated. But in the initial phase for type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetic, diet modification and physical activity can be included. So to achieve the main aim of WHO recommendation is to achieve and maintain the healthy body weight and be physically active, doing at least 30 minutes of regular and moderate intensive activity almost all the days for 30 minutes, and eat a healthy diet, avoiding sugars, saturated fats, and avoid alcoholic and tobacco using. So which might increase or prevent the risk of becoming more diabetic and from preventing cardiovascular disease and other lifestyle modified diseases. Okay. Next, the objective of my study is to assess the combined effective of individual diet counseling and walking on blood glucose regulation in type 2 diabetes patient taking oral hypoglycemic drugs. Okay. So my inclusion criteria was patients who on type 2 diabetes with medication, and the age limit was been 30 to 50, and both the gender people have been included. And exclusion criteria was pregnancy, lactation mother have been excluded, and people with alcoholic and smoking have been excluded, and type 2 diabetes with some other complications like CVA, CAD have been avoided in the study. So the methodology was the study enrolled around 30 participant age group from 30 to 50. All were being diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and the participants was randomly categorized into two groups. One is intervention and control group. Each group had 15 participants. The intervention group received an individualized diet counseling and were advised to encourage a brisk walking for 30 minutes of per day. The individualized diet counseling is nothing but I have taken a questionnaire from, I have collected a questionnaire from them, and depending on that, I have made a special diet chart for them with a low calorie and high protein and moderate fat, that is of essential fatty acids, and certain portion size controls have been emphasized to them. And the control group continued with the regular medication regimen. The glycemic response has been measured from the baseline till day 90. The intervention period was around 90 days for 3 months period. And the nutrient intake assessment was being collected every 30 days once till the study period. The data collections have been analyzed through SPSS software. So this is I'm sorry. So this is a dietary pattern and the physical activity pattern of the patients who have been enrolled in the study that have been represented in the graph, in which the group 1 is the control group and group 2 is intervention group, in which this graph represents majority of the dietary pattern in the group 2 where the non-vegetarian populations. And in case of physical activity, in group 2, the majority of populations were not, I'm sorry, in group, I'm sorry, the slide. The majority of populations in the group 2 were doing physical activity, but not on the regular physical activity regime. Is that they were doing very randomly or weekly once or twice, something like that, but not on regular daily basis of brisk activity of 30 minutes. So this is the pre-post comparison of BMI and energy intake of the both the groups. In the group 1, the pre-BMI was around 27, and the post it was been the same or mild increase is there, because those population were not on any dietary intervention or physical activity, only they were on the medical medications for type 2 diabetes. And in the group 2, the post intervention, there will be a decrease in the BMI with dietary modifications and regular physical activity. And this is a energy intake comparison. There was since I have planned, the usual routine intake was been around for the intervention group was around the average of 2000 kilocalories, and after the intervention and certain diet modifications and pamphlets and diet charts have been given, the average intake after 3 months, it was around 1672. It was been less. And next is we can see that evidently through the pre and post fasting blood glucose values have been also reduced. The group 2, the intervention group, the pre was around 152, the fasting blood glucose, and post it was around 114 with certain diet modifications and physical activity intervention on regular basis. And this is evidence for PP postprandial glucose level also been reduced before the intervention and after pre and post intervention. Okay. And the results of the study is the intervention group demonstrated a significant reduction in the fasting and postprandial blood glucose level. It has been analyzed by SPSS software and compared with the control group. The significance was around 0.05 less than. So additionally, the dietary counseling helped the subject in the intervention group to reduce carbohydrate and fat consumption and increase in the protein intake. So the conclusion is, as per the WHO recommendation, or if we are including a daily individualized diet plan and regular walking, there will be a significant and positive impact on glucose control in individuals with type 2 diabetes. Though the study highlight is mainly to show an importance of making lifestyle changes in addition to taking medicines can manage the diabetic effectively. Thank you. Any questions, ma'am?
Priya, ma'am? I hope.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now.
Yes, sorry. There is a small disruption in my internet.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Anushya. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
In this methodology, what are the activities you were reinforcing on?
Ma'am, I enforced only walking, ma'am, brisk walking of 30 minutes, ma'am.
For 3 days or 4 days a week?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, daily of 30 minutes.
Daily of 30
daily of 30
Oh.
minutes, I have emphasized them to walk. But during the data collection, my sample participant patients were not on regular physical walking. They were like very randomly doing whenever they prefer, they were doing. But after certain changes, I made them to do it on the regular basis.
But I couldn't see any waist hip ratio taken in the study, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. I was not able to collect
Or was
all
it
the
taken but
population.
not presented?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is breaking, ma'am. It's not audible.
I can hear you, Anastasia. Can you just correct your mic?
Yes, ma'am. Can you able to hear me now, ma'am?
I hope ma'am is having technical glitches.
Yes,
And
Bhargavi. I
Sorry,
too hope
I'm
so
back.
that. Yes, ma'am.
I think my question was were you taken waist hip ratio?
No, ma'am. I was not able to do that, ma'am.
Okay. And what are the other lifestyle changes were enforced?
The physical activity and dietary modifications has been done, ma'am. And a specialized diet plan and diabetic related pamphlets have been given to the patients, which has been individualized.
There are so many number of studies in the same area. So in advanced way, what these days diabetes or diabetologists are reinforcing is even International Diabetic Federation is reinforcing is we should mainly, especially for Asians or Indians, we have to assess the truncal obesity, especially in the pre-diabetic stage. So that has to be assessed in the study.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
next thing is lifestyle modification, not just walking. There are several other things you have to add on, maybe like
Yes.
yoga or aerobic exercises.
Exercise,
and all those
cycling.
things.
Yes, ma'am.
Even dance movement therapies can be included.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll take up these suggestions, ma'am. This is my PG project, ma'am. This is a mini project in my PGT studies, ma'am.
Okay, okay. But
Okay.
this study is like a replication of several other studies already have been continuously done. So we have to
Okay.
advance in this.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ansuya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall we go with the continuation of Hafsana presentation? Hafsana, are you there available?
Yes, Bhargavi, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can continue with the presentation where you have stopped, but try to wrap it up as early as possible, Hafsana.
Okay, ma'am.
Hafsana?
I think still her internet is in problem.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll go with the other presentation then.
Actually, there is one another presenter, Ria.
Yes, ma'am. Now Ria has joined. Previously, in the beginning, they were unable for the presentation.
Okay.
So now we are coming from the beginning, ma'am, from Ria Dayaran, from IK Gujarat Punjab Technical University, oral presentation on development of low glycemic index cookies supplemented with asperges of initials. Ria Dayaran?
Yes, ma'am.
You can start sharing your screen and you can give your presentation. Once again, I'm going with the instructions, presenters. I request all the presenters to have the good network connectivity to undisturb your session. And for oral presenters, the time allocated is 10 minutes, where 8 minutes is for your presentation and 2 minutes is for question and answer session. And for poster presentation, the time is 5 minutes. 3 minutes is going for your presentation and 2 minutes is for question and answer session. I hope you are clear with the instructions, and I request all the participants to strictly stick on to their time and complete the presentation. Ria Dayaran, you can start sharing your screen and we can go ahead with your presentation.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, your screen is visible and you are also audible too. Now your time starts. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Please turn on videos.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Ria Darian, presenting on the topic development of low GI cookies supplemented with asparagus.
Ria Darian, ma'am is asking to turn on your video. If you could please turn on your video, that would be glad and appreciated.
Okay, ma'am, sure. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Ria Darian, presenting on the topic development of low glycemic index cookies supplemented with asparagus. These are the table of contents for my presentation. And now introduction. Obesity, overweight and obesity have been long regarded as the main driver of type 2 diabetes and other health problems. The relation between diet and health problem is not a new notion. People are more attentive towards intake through fat and carbohydrates in order to limit the prevalence of diabetes and coronary heart disease. The food industry has now focused for the last couple of decades on the production of low fat, low calorie cookies. And cookies are the most popular bakery items because of their high nutritive value, ready to eat nature, and availability in different shapes and sizes. Function properties of biscuits can be increased by improving or modifying their major ingredients, like replacing sugar and fat along with supplementation of health promoting ingredients. Now asparagus. Asparagus officinalis, which is also called green asparagus, is a nutritionally and commercially important herbaceous perennial low-calorie vegetable. Asparagus is also rich in protein and fat, and it is also rich in mineral elements like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. It also contains certain phenolic phytochemicals such as rutin and protodoxin. And it also has some pharmacological importance such as anti-diabetic, anti-cancer, antioxidant, and antimicrobial properties. Now, erythrol is a sugar alcohol which have negligible impact on blood glucose compared to sucrose. Erythrol is naturally found in many fruits and vegetables, and erythrol is a non-caloric made by fermentation that has a sweetness of about 60 to 70%, and it has a glycemic index of 0. Erythrol was the first polyol to be manufactured commercially by a natural fermentation process. Aims and objective include to develop fiber-rich and low calories cookies supplemented with asparagus, and objective is to evaluate proximate composition of asparagus, to evaluate the functional properties of the wheat flour, to formulate cookies and evaluate their proximate composition, and to evaluate texture properties and physical properties of cookies, and to perform sensory. Now, material and method. The basic ingredients for baking cookies is whole wheat flour, table sugar, vegetable shortening, ammonium bicarbonate, baking powder, and milk powder, cinnamon powder, asparagus slurry, erythrol sugar were all used to bake cookies. Sample preparation was done by cleaning asparagus and cut into thin slices. These slices were then blanched for 3 minutes in 95 degrees Celsius, and then it is grounded for about 4 minutes to make the slurry. Formulation for cookies. For the formulation of cookies, we have 5 samples. Sample A which is control sample. Sample B contains 50% sugar replaced with 50% erythrol. And sample C has 10 grams slurry, asparagus slurry, which is added. And sample D has 15 gram asparagus slurry formulation, and the sample E has 20 gram asparagus slurry addition. Now, the proximate analysis of asparagus and the cookies shows that asparagus has a moisture content of about 92% and total ash of about 9%. Acid insoluble ash of asparagus is 9.40 to 1.23%. Crude fat is 9.27, and the crude fiber is approx 50%. And the formulation of asparagus increase the fiber content in cookies, and also fat content is also increased after the formulation of asparagus. Functional properties of the flour shows that it has a good, it is suitable for baking. Diameter and thickness of cookies, it decreased as we formulated the cookies with asparagus. Break strength is also decreased when we formulated the cookies with asparagus. Sensory evaluation of the asparagus cookies shown a good score, which is 7.7 to 7.3. Conclusion: the result of the current study shows the supplementation of asparagus increased the fiber content of cookies, and the cookies prepared by partial replacement of sucrose with erythrol, which has a low glycemic index, is preferable for health conscious and the diabetic people. These are many possibilities to use asparagus byproducts into high value product, as it is known as the most valuable for its texture, aroma, and nutritional properties. Nowadays, asparagus has become one of the top 10 dishes. However, there is still many research in this field trying to bridge the gap between health and its bioactive compounds. Thank you.
Why did you select asparagus for this making cookies?
Ma'am, because of its fiber enrichment, and it also has some phytochemicals also.
Okay. So what sort of oil
was used? Ma'am, we use margarine as a shortening agent for baking.
Okay. Any other things? Any other ingredients? Have you tasted it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the sensory evaluation report?
Ma'am, it shows all the values between 7.7, 7.2 from color, aroma, and appearance.
How did you took the sensory evaluation?
Ma'am, we prepared different samples were prepared, and all my classmates and faculty members, they all have done this sensory.
So it was given or issued to your own classmates and not to the outsiders or strangers.
No, ma'am, we have limited samples, so we only, in our department only.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ria. Moving on to the other presentation, Dr. Bhavna Y. Chauhan from S.M. Patil College of Home Sciences, University, India, going to give her oral presentation on the topic Lifestyle Intervention in Management of Gestational Diabetes Mellitus. Ria, you can stop sharing your screen. Dr. Bhavna, I hope you're ready with your presentation. Bhavna ma'am, we cannot hear you. Sripriya ma'am, can you hear Bhavna ma'am voice?
No, I couldn't hear as well as I couldn't see, ma'am.
Bhavna ma'am, there might be a problem with your mic. Sorry, ma'am, we cannot hear you. Like if you're having any issues with your system, you can log in through your mobile also, ma'am. Okay, Bhavna ma'am, we'll be coming back to you after a presentation. Ma'am, shall we go on with the other presentation?
Yes, Bhargavi.
Bhavna ma'am will be getting back to you after one more presentation. Meanwhile, you can check with the connectivity. If you have issues with this, you can log in through your mobile also, ma'am. I'll be helping you in that. So other presenter is Richa from Patna Women's College, India. A oral presentation on a study of breakfast consumption pattern and its determinants among students. Richa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Ma'am
Just
is
a minute. Yes, I'm resolving that. Richa, now you can start sharing the screen.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So my topic is a study on breakfast consumption pattern and its determinants amongst students. I'll be dealing with the following headings: introduction, purpose of the study, objectives, research questions, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, recommendation, and references. First, I'll go on to highlight the background of the study. Breakfast students are a key element in the development of a nation, and their adequate health and development heavily depends upon the diet and nutrients they consume. Breakfast, the first and one of the most important meals of the day, nourishes the body and provides energy to start the day. Despite the significance of breakfast, its consumption is gravely declining, making it a serious public health concern. There are some health benefits to breakfast. It is observed that the chances of obesity as well as other chronic diseases is higher in people who do not consume breakfast than regular breakfast consumer. Mood swings, mental anguish, difficulty in concentration, laziness, fatigue are all linked with skipping breakfast, leading to bad academic performance. Now, I'd like the purpose of the study. Skipping breakfast is a common trend in today's youth, hence investigating the breakfast consumption practices would help in developing effective intervention strategies as well as providing necessary guidance and encouragement to students. The objectives of the study are to assess the breakfast consumption practices and to identify the factors associated with skipping breakfast in students. Here are the research questions. What is the breakfast consumption practices among students? And what are the factors responsible for skipping breakfast? Now I'll come to the methodology. Here are the materials and methods I adopted in my study. It was a community-based cross-sectional study with a descriptive research design. 200 students between the age group of 15 to 24 years were selected through simple random sampling. Survey cum interview method was found suitable and utilized in the study. For analysis, the data were coded and entered into Excel, then analyzed using SPSS. Descriptive statistics like percentage mean and standard deviation were utilized for summarizing the obtained data, and inferential statistics like chi-square test for identifying relationship between different socio-demographic variables and breakfast consumption patterns of the student. Coming to the findings of the study, the socio-demographic profile of the respondents revealed that majority of the respondents belong to the age group of 20 to 24 years, as you can see in table 1, and live with their parents or guardians in table 2, as shown in table 2. Figure 1 here shows that 78% of them were non-vegetarian, while table 3 deals with the waking up and going to sleep time, in which majority of them wake up before 8 a.m. and sleep after 11 p.m. Now coming to the anthropometric measurements of the students, which shows that 35% of female respondents were underweight, while 21% male respondents were overweight. Their height, weight, and BMI. These are some of the familiar characteristics of the respondents who resided at home, in which most of them belong to a nuclear family, and where belong to families where only one of the parents were working. Now coming to the breakfast consumption pattern of the respondents. 58.5% consume daily breakfast, while 10% skip it altogether, as demonstrated in figure 2. in figure 3 covers the time of breakfast consumption, whereas figure 4 the place of breakfast consumption. 61% girls took their breakfast between 8 to 10 a.m., while most of the students consumed it at home or hostel. As you can see in figure 3 and figure 4. Figure 5, coming to figure 5. Majority of the male students believe that their breakfast consumption pattern is constant throughout the week. Although majority of female students ate better at weekends, like constant throughout the week, better at weekends, and better at weekdays. Next, commonly consumed food is dealt in figure 7, where majority consumed home-cooked meals, whereas 51% of respondents claim lack of sufficient time as the reason for skipping breakfast. 11% boys skip breakfast to lose weight, while 10% females skip breakfast due to distasteful food. These were the result of the objective 1. Now coming to objective 2, which dealt with the relationship between different socio-demographic lifestyle factors and breakfast consumption patterns of the students. Gender, age, diet type, and place of residence with p-value greater than 0.05 show non-significant relationship, while table 2, which dealt with sleep time of the students, show significant relationship. As you can see in this, the sleep time of the respondents and breakfast consumption pattern of the respondents were significantly associated, while in others variables, it was non-significant relationship was observed, like BMI, age, wake-up time, sleep time, diet, gender, age, etc. Now, the results of the study concluded. The findings of the study highlight the breakfast consumption pattern of high school and college-going students in Bihar, which indicate that all the students do not consume breakfast daily, while some skip it altogether, leaving scope for improvement in the matter. There is a critical need to educate and encourage students at an early age regarding the importance of breakfast. Comprehensive studies throughout the country are essential to assess and manage the breakfast skipping trend prevalent in students by developing intervention strategies and creating supportive social environment for better dietary practices. Now, I have some recommendation, like nutritious ready-to-eat powders could be provided to students for management of insufficient breakfast time in the morning. And nutrition education programs should be organized in every education institution as well as through social media to spread awareness regarding the health impacts of breakfast consumption. Every school or college should have provisions for a nutritionist to plan diets for the students according to their health assessment. An education institution could have provisions for breakfast or a small break in the morning to consume their homemade breakfast for students. So these are the references I used in the study. Thank you.
The sleep time you have asked. What have you assessed in sleep time?
In sleep time, I assessed which time the participants were going to bed. I had options like after 10, after 11, after midnight, like that. Okay. And I concluded that most of them slept after 11 p.m.
Okay. Did you notice the wake-up time?
Yeah, due to school and college, most of them wake up before 8.
Before 8.
So
now go to your recommendation.
A recommendation, okay. Recommendation, ma'am.
Why do you suggest us ready-to-eat powders?
Because most of the participants reported that they do not have sufficient time in the morning, so they can use ready-to-eat powder, which are nutritious and they can be easily prepared in the morning. So handle the insufficient time they have.
Why do we reinforce healthy breakfast?
Because it's very important to start the day with proper breakfast to have some energy in the morning after the long break of the night. And it was shown in many studies that it provide essential nutrients which we might not uh, which we might not consume if we skip breakfast.
Breakfast is the first food to your brain to get activated to assure all the organs get a sufficient nutrition and energies, isn't it? So
Yes, ma'am.
there it should be a balanced meal. And there are a number of studies saying that no amount of ready-to-eat powders or no amount of fortification may not be absorbed wholly by the body. So there is no alternative for a balanced meal plate, especially during breakfast and lunch. We don't recommend during breakfast. Even if there is any need for meal replacements, we don't generally recommend during breakfast timings.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, it's a good study.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Dr. Bhavna, ma'am. I hope you resolved the other technical issue. Dr. Bhavna, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes,
you are audible. But we are getting the echo, ma'am. I hope you have logged in through 2 systems. Please mute one of your system, ma'am.
I'm trying, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bhargavi, I'll just join in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Ma'am can sit for things.
Sure, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm really facing problem in sharing the screen.
Okay.
You
can do one thing, ma'am. You can share that to me. I will share the mail ID on the chat box. Please share me that. I will try to share from my screen, ma'am. You can give your presentation.
Okay, I'm trying to send it to Meenal because I have not saved your number. Meenal, can you?
Mail. Meenal.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Have you
Okay.
received? Meenal?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, can you share?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. So can I start?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes,
please-
you can start, ma'am.
Madam, please
Dr.
send me a
ma'am?
presentation.
Meenal, I have sent you in the WhatsApp.
Okay. Wait, ma'am. I have to connect the WhatsApp.
Bhargavi madam, today I had a real taste for my presentation.
No issues, ma'am.
I had a breakdown at 3 computers in my college. I don't know what went wrong.
No issues, ma'am. We can resolve it. So since it is virtual, we should be ready for that to face it. Yeah, we can make it resolve also. No issues with that.
Yeah.
If it is possible to mail me, you can mail me, ma'am. I have shared.
I'm doing, ma'am. I'm doing, ma'am. Just
Okay, ma'am.
1 minute.
Okay.
So sorry to everyone.
Yeah, no issues, ma'am.
Okay.
No. Meenal, any problem?
Ma'am, your PPT is not visible to me. Just a minute.
Ma'am, or else shall we go with the other presentation then?
Yes, please. I think Sana's is partially done.
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Meenal. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for inconvenience. May I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay, I'm Dr. Bhavna Chauhan and my co-authors Ramila Patel and Ms. Shazia Sharma. I'm going to present impact of nutrition on gestational diabetes mellitus. My background is adequate intake of nutrients by pregnant women diagnosed with gestational diabetes or type 2 diabetes is very important, as we all know, because maintaining weight is very important during pregnancy for normal glycemia. The aim of study was to investigate the nutritional intake of pregnant women with GDM or type 2 diabetes who had not been provided with nutritional education regarding blood glucose management. Next, my objectives are next. Okay, my objectives are to determine the incidence of gestational diabetes in women presenting in outpatient department in obstetrics in one of the major hospitals in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. To find relation between gestational diabetes and pregnancy progression and its outcome, comparison between insulin therapy versus diet therapy in the same, to find incidence of maternal as well as fetal complications prenatally as well as postnatally, and incidence of normal vaginal delivery versus cesarean section as termination option in gestational diabetes patient. If I introduce the GDM, nutrition therapy means the conventional first-line approach to treat GDM in pregnant women. The goal of nutrition in pregnancy is to support maternal, placental, and fetal metabolic needs, and it may be the first introduction to a lifetime of healthy eating. So if we inculcate the practice of good nutrition in GDM patients in early stage of their intervention, then surely it is going to help them in better pregnancy and better delivery. My methods, inclusion criteria are pregnant patient who have positive GTT in any time of their pregnancy, pregnant patient who are diabetic, patient having fasting blood sugar more than 100 or PP2 more than 145, child evaluation up to 2 months of age, and exclusion criteria are euglycemic pregnant patients, patient who lost follow-up from first visit to second month of their childbirth, and patient who delivered their baby before the post-interventional follow-up. The methodology and tools and techniques are, we screened 40 patients from Mayflower Hospital with GDM and type 2 diabetes who were not provided nutritional education regarding glucose management. Data collection of, Meenal, next slide. Data collection of background characteristics, health-related behavior, and course of pregnancy intervention was to be taken. Meenal, please change the slide. Next. Next, yes. Educational intervention, that is diet, exercise, glycemic control, postpartum diabetes control were recommended, and recommendations for delivery were taken into consideration. Post-intervention data collection to know the effect of education intervention on metabolic control in the quality of life. And the prerequisites were normal diet for 3 days before the test for the patient. No diuretics for 10 days before the test, at least 10 hours fasting, and OGTT was done in morning at the rest. The criteria for glucose tolerance test was as mentioned in the table. Next, previous one. Yes. Screening of 40 patients was done. Data, that is background information, was collected. Post-intervention data collection was also carried out to know the effect of educational intervention on the patient, because they were given intervention, nutritional intervention, and educational intervention on exercise, glycemic control, postpartum diabetes, etc. And finally, statistical analysis was carried out. Parameters tested were fasting blood glucose, fasting insulin, plasma glucose, insulin resistance, and glycohemoglobin, glycosylated hemoglobin, which is HbA1c. Next, please. If I go to the results, we can see that in first trimester, pre and post test, the patient are, in the figure you can see the prevalence of GDM is high in third trimester in comparison to post one. In this diagram, we can see the number. Untreated GDM is more prevalent in first pregnancy in comparison to the second pregnancy. Next, Minal. Next. The activity level affects sugar directly during pregnancy. The mothers were guided to do, they were given counseling, they were guided to carry out certain changes in their life. And when preliminary data was taken, you can see the activity level and sugar in the graph. And in the post next, it was very common with the history of GDM in previous pregnancy. So in first pregnancy, GDM was very high, and later on, because they were intervened and the patient were in touch with us, the GDM went very low. So that shows the effect of intervention, the effect of guiding them on eating habits after first pregnancy or during the end of first pregnancy. The prevalence of GDM do not depend on family history of diabetes. We took the family history and we could see the families were quite normal with their GDM in other females in the family in comparison to the present sample we were taken. Next. This graph shows comparison of awareness about GDM. Its complication can be prevented with awareness. In pre-test, we can see pregnancy of patient and their GDM complication. In post, we can see 100% of them had changed their sugar levels at a very high level. Next. In these graphs, we see meals per day. Sugar level is directly affected by number of meals and type of food. As we change the number of meals in a day, we could see that patient was showing good results in the sugar. So it means that intake of proper meals affects the sugar levels of a patient even during pregnancy. Then we can see in next graph the comparison of, yes, in this graph, the comparison of exercise. Those who were not exercising had no such good results. Those who were walking showed highest outcome, that is on their sugar results after preliminary and post data. And those having yoga, somehow, I don't know why, but did not show much changes. Maybe they were not doing yoga so seriously or on regular basis or with trained people. But yes, of course, normal walking had a very good impact on sugar level of pregnant women with GDM. Next. Stress, as we all know, plays a very big role in our life, and it was the same with pregnant women. There were many women who were working in our data, and we saw that stress had quite a lot impact on the GDM and type 2 diabetes in the patient. So there should be taken some steps. We taught them relaxation exercises and recreational activities were shown to them to remove or to relieve their stress. Next. This is comparison of awareness of diet. In preliminary pre-test, there was no much awareness. So the white graph shows you they did not have much awareness. So their sugar was not so proper. In post-test, because they were aware, they were conscious, they knew the importance of food, nutrition in their diet. So they showed very good outcomes in their post-test. Next. This is comparison of insulin units per day. Insulin units in the per day were very high preliminary, but later on in pre-test, they were decreased quite a lot. So even in diabetes, GDM, type 2 diabetes, and in insulin patients, everywhere we could see very positive outcomes. To conclude, next, according to the results, next. Yes. According to the results, educational interventions for the women with GDM could enhance the patient's health status and perceived ability to control disease outcomes, thereby increasing their quality of life, which was very important. The positive rate of GDM could be reduced by certain lifestyle interventions from beginning of the pregnancy. More validated effective intervention should be explored to high-risk pregnant women. Use of effective quality of life measure is essential to evaluating outcomes. GDM is one of the most common complications of pregnancy. The significance of clinical problems to not only the mother but also to the fetus, neonate, and offspring is compelling. Controlling maternal hyperglycemia with diet alone or with a combination of diet, exercise, insulin therapy can reduce the perinatal risk. The prescribed diet for GDM requires appropriate energy intake for fetal growth along with other changes. Dietary counseling or advice is again very important in pregnancy, especially people with suffering from diabetes, and also postpartum to reduce the risk of obesity as well as diabetes in mother and offspring. Next. The goal of controlling weight was thoroughly achieved in our study. The size of sample was not so very big, so we recommend next time we should take 2 groups, control and experimental, to get better outcome and comparison. There was unknown compliance, the same problem as other study had pointed out. We have not yet found a good way to evaluate the compliance of pregnancy with intervention. Due to profound recognition, cognition of and attention to GDM in our hospital, the control group might have also received some guidance from the doctors, including eating a healthy diet, moderate exercise, along with our study. Our findings may be helpful in reducing psychological distress, improving quality of life, treatment compliance in the women with GDM. It is suggested that longitudinal perspective studies should be conducted on larger sample size in multiple clinical centers by collecting the postpartum data. So I recommend over here that the females or pregnant mothers who are suffering from GDM or type 2 diabetes should be given nutrition intervention right from the first trimester of their pregnancy and should be motivated to change their lifestyle along with exercise, recreation, relaxing activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the precise presentation. My question is, have you checked their weight and assessed the weight along with the terms?
Yes, yes, madam. I have placed very little data in particular presentation. Yes, we have assessed the preliminary weight because that is very important in pregnant women and even post pregnancy weight. And in certain cases, we have found that in patient with gestational diabetes, the preliminary weight was too much. And then after change in their lifestyle, it was reduced quite a lot. So they were reporting that they were feeling better and the babies were healthy.
Okay. Ma'am, another question is like, have you followed this patient throughout their pregnancy till the end of their pregnancy?
Yes, even after pregnancy for 3 months, we have followed the patient and the child too.
That was a nice presentation, ma'am. Thank you.
I am relieved. I was really stressed today because of all problems. Thank you so much.
It happens. Technical glitches are always common.
Thank you.
But you did well, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavana ma'am.
Thank you, Bhargavi ma'am, and thank you, Meenal ma'am.
Yeah, moving on to the other presentation by Miss Anjali N from Manipal Hospitals, Bangalore, Old Airport Road, India. Going to give her oral presentation on role of... Yes, ma'am.
There is one presentation. I think Hafsana is still hanging. No, can we finish with that?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Hafsana. Hafsana. Hafsana, are you available?
Then you continue.
Okay, ma'am. So, Miss Anjali, going to give her presentation on role of medical nutrition therapy on liver transplant recipient, a case study. Anjali?
Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll share my screen, ma'am.
Okay, sure.
Ma'am, it is asking for copy link like that. Does it come like that, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it will never come like that.
Yeah.
You can start sharing your screen. In the bottom of your screen, you can find an option of...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So please keep, may I know you're using mobile phone or laptop?
I'm using laptop only, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Then you will be seeing the window or the entire screen option. You can share with that.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, we can see your screen, Anjali.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So, very good morning to one and all. I'm Anjali. I'm clinical dietitian from Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. I'm here to present role of medical nutrition therapy on liver transplant recipients. It's a case study. So, heading towards the introduction. So, as you all know, chronic liver disease is one of the frequent causes of death, especially in the developing world. and it is 11th leading cause of death and 15th leading cause of morbidity, and accounting for 2.2 deaths. 1 minute, ma'am. Deaths are excuse me, deaths and 1.5% of disability adjusted life years worldwide in 2016. It has also caused 1.32 million deaths in 2017, approximately 2/3 among men and 1/3 among women. It is also progressive deterioration of liver function for more than 6 months, which includes the synthesis of clotting factors, other proteins, detoxification of harmful products of metabolism, and excretion of bile. CLD is also a continuous process of inflammation, destruction, and regeneration of liver parenchyma, which leads to fibrosis and cirrhosis. Cirrhosis is a stage wherein the whole of the liver functions will be hampered, and it will be of no use, where the complete liver functions will be damaged. So just to know the stages of liver disease, when healthy liver is not being taken care properly, it leads to liver steatosis. So this could be due to various reasons. So this could be because of lifestyle parameters, or drug induced, or because of comorbidities, etc. So here the fat deposition takes place, which also increases the size of the liver. And when this is not being treated well, it further leads to fibrosis of liver, which is the formation of scar tissue within the liver. And this is again due to the chronic inflammation in the liver cells. And further, when it is not being treated, it leads down to cirrhosis of liver. So here, the scar tissues will be replaced by healthy tissues in the liver, and whole of the liver cells will be damaged, and the functions will be totally damaged. And further, if it is not being treated, it further leads down to liver cancer. And cirrhosis of liver, the stage when the liver gets cirrhosis, when a patient comes down to a stage where his liver has been cirrhotic. This is the stage where the patient will be advised for liver transplant. And coming down to the case, so a chosen case was a 59-year-old male presented with chronic liver disease, portal hypertension, variceal bleeding, jaundice, ascites, hepatic encephalopathy, and type 2 diabetes mellitus. The patient also showed biochemical parameters, which was PRH, liver function test. He also had anemia and high blood sugar levels, and also had a MEL score of 9. This is the scoring system for liver transplant for a patient with liver issues. Based on this MEL score, the full form or the abbreviation of the MEL score is the model for end-stage liver disease. So based on this scoring system only, the patient will be told or advised whether the transplant is being needed or not. But they would also consider the thickness of the patient with regard to the stages of liver. So the major aim of the case study was to evaluate the nutritional status based on subjective global assessment. A patient here, with regard to methodology, a patient was studied in depth from the day of admission till the time of discharge, and the following parameters were used to study. Those were anthropometric, biochemical, nutritional assessment using STA nutritional screening tool. Blood glucose levels were monitored. Weight was monitored. Dietary assessment was done based on his food frequency and 24-hour recall. And post liver transplant, his diet progression was also monitored every week. And initially, it was 7 days of continuous monitoring. And after all these things, his macronutrients and fiber was compared. So coming to the case details, the patient was from higher income group, and he had B positive blood group, and he was the patient's daughter only had donated liver to the patient, and the resection percentage was 54%. 54% of daughter's liver was resected to provide to the patient. And as you can see here, donor's liver is completely healthy and tender, whereas the recipient's liver, that is the patient liver, is totally damaged, and it was in the last stage, that is the cirrhotic stage. Coming to his post-transplant details, he underwent a liver transplant on 16/9/2022, and total duration for liver transplant was 16 hours, and blood loss during that period was 1.5 liter, and abdominal drain after the post-transplant was 2 liters with regard to his left and right abdomen, and intraoperatively 2 units of PRBC was transfused. Then length of hospitalization stay of the patient was supposed to be 26 days. The patient's subjective data, subjective data was also captured, which showed that he had good appetite, no allergy, bowel habits were all normal, he had sleep sound. Anthropometric measurements revealed that he was overweight. The BMI showed overweight. That was because he had the presence of ascites, that is why. And hand grip strength was also done, which showed that he had a weak muscle mass. Personal history was also assessed, which showed that he never had any personal habits. Yeah. So coming down to his nutritional screening. Nutritional screening was done using a subjective global assessment, and which showed that he had 7 kgs weight loss, and he was consuming diabetic protein powder 2 spoons per day, and also the nutrition score was 60, which showed that the patient was moderately malnourished. So this is the relevant biochemical parameters which was monitored for several days, and the it showed that until his discharge time, his liver enzymes such as his ALT and AST were high. This was because of the medication what he was taking. That was majorly he was on immunosuppressants and corticosteroids medication. Along with that, he had physiological stress, and because of the regaining the normal liver function, all these factors are contributing to his high levels of AST and ALT, whereas other parameters were almost normal when he was about to discharge. So this is the random blood sugar monitoring. So again, it showed the fluctuation every time, because again it was due to the effect of side effects of immunosuppressants and corticosteroid medication what he was taking. Weight was also monitored until he was discharged. So it showed that he had 8 kgs weight reduction until he was discharged. That was again because of the right and left abdominal drain. And when he was advised for liver transplant, his MEL score was checked, which was supposed to be 9. So medication post-transplant provided to the patient included antibiotic, immunosuppressants, proton pump inhibitors, antifungal corticosteroids, multivitamins, nutritional supplements, etc. But then the major medications which was affecting his recovery was majorly immunosuppressant medications and corticosteroid medication. So the possible side effects of immunosuppressant and corticosteroid medication was supposed to be. So here you can see the tablet tacrolimus. It is basically provided to the patient who undergoes any transplantation surgery. So here the major possible side effects being greater incidence of hyperglycemia, hyperkalemia, hypernatremia, nausea and vomiting. With regard to Vislon, which is a corticosteroid medication, it also has side effects being hyperlipidemia, hyperglycemia, sodium retention, hyperphagia, etc. So with regard to these only, the diet was also tailored, tailoring to limiting his simple carbohydrate, decreasing his potassium intake, increasing his sodium intake, and adjusting food meals as requirements. So food frequency was also taken just to assess how better lifestyle he was following, but it was supposed to be, it showed that he had a better lifestyle, and patient home recall of 24 hours was also taken, and it showed that he was meeting almost all his requirements. And when it comes to medical nutrition therapy, it was planned based on ESPN guidelines 2020, and recommended calorie for this patient was supposed to be 30 to 35 kilocalories per kg body weight, and protein supposed to be 1.3 to 2 grams per kg body weight, which was the short-term goal. And so post-transplant, the diet was monitored. So initially, on the day of transplantation, he was on NPO, and there was no intake of any food for that matter. But initially, he was able to take all liquids. Pod 1, pod 2, pod 3 was able to take clear liquids and liquid diet. But pod 6, we introduced him with pentasol hepatic 3 scoops 3 times a day, which was rich in MCT and BCAA. So these studies have shown that branched-chain amino acids and medium-chain triglycerides helps in improving lean muscle mass, and also the requirements of the patient who undergoes liver transplant. Hello, ma'am. Is there any issue? Can I continue?
You can continue, ma'am. Ma'am, and one more thing, you are out of your time. Please try to wrap it up.
Okay, ma'am. So this is the pot 7 detail. So again, he had several post-transplant issues with regard to persistent backache, shoulder ache, insomnia, and his requirements in the pot 7 was able to was much better when compared to other days. And then he was again monitored on pot 14, but his intake was down here with regard to persistent backache, shoulder ache, insomnia. Though it had reduced, but his intake had come down. Again, it was remonitored on pot 21, which showed the better results when compared to pot 14. And there was no complaints with regard to his post-surgical complications. And this was the diet progression. So day 7, day 14, day 27. So day 27 when compared to day 14, he was able to tolerate the food, and he was able to take all the supplements, and he was able to recover better. So this was the comparison of the energy. So it showed that home recall had a better energy consumption when compared to post-transplant time. But then at the time of his discharge, he was almost recovering, and he was almost able to meet up to his requirements. So here also you can see that for home recall, the requirements were almost high, but but when he was post-transplanted at the 21st day, his requirements were almost fine. And then at the time of his discharge, neutropenic high protein diabetic normal diet was counseled for 6 months. And at the time of his discharge, with regard to his requirements, energy was given 30 kilocalories per kg, 1.5 grams of protein per kg, and salt was restricted to 2 grams per day. And fluid was provided 1.8 liters, that is 30 ml per kg per day. And the patient was told to review after a month. And the calorie requirements and protein requirements and other requirements were done with regard to ESPN guidelines. And the post complications of transplant patients, usually you can get to see hyperlipidemia when for post-transplant patient, when we don't give proper counseling, they may end up having hyperlipidemia, hypertension, diabetes mellitus, osteoporosis. So to conclude with, I would like to conclude saying that nutrition is an integral part of all phases, pre, peri, and post-transplantation. In the immediate post-transplant period, catabolic state prevails. So replenishment of stores requires nutrition administration. Nutrition therapy should be considered as an essential adjunct to clinical therapies, especially for patients with liver transplant. Accurate assessment of nutritional status and adequate intervention are prerequisites for perioperative nutritional treatment in patients undergoing liver transplant. And the addition of oral nutrition supplements rich with branched-chain amino acids and MCT have shown the improvement in lean muscle mass and overall nutritional status of the patient, and hence it should be practiced as it has been showing the best results. And oral ingestion of branched-chain amino acid before or after transplant have been shown improvement in the recovery of damaged muscle cells by suppressing endogenous muscle protein breakdown. So by the time of discharge, the patient was almost meeting to his nutrient requirements, and he was further monitored after a month, and until he could achieve his ideal body weight. We were on and off, we were contacting him via calls. So thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. That was a very nice, interesting study. So it is how long now the patient has underwent the liver transplantation?
1 minute.
Sorry?
Sorry, ma'am. Could you please repeat me?
How long it is the patient has completed his transplant? Kindly others, please mute your.
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, how long it has been that the patient has undergone the transplantation?
It has now been 6 to 7 months, ma'am.
Okay,
That he has
then you
discharged
must
from the
have
hospital.
taken his 3rd month review and all, right?
Yes, ma'am. 1 month after his surgery, he had come for follow-up. Then after that, we were reaching him out through calls, ma'am.
Okay. But I didn't see in your case report that after 1 month, what is the status and all. It was not provided there.
Yes, ma'am. I
given
was
till,
thinking that too many slides and how to jot
No,
down
you
this.
can cut off the other slides in the previous, like more briefing on liver and all. You might have given us the reports after 1 month and after 3 months.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll consider that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Then another thing is like you have mentioned. Can you go to the previous slide? Not this. Come back. Last slide. I think it was before your references. You have mentioned that he has partially met the target nutrient intake.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, partially met, and after a month when he had come for recovery, that for the follow-up, that time almost he had met. By that time he had almost met.
Okay, why was it he was partially met during the stay in hospital? Have you seen the leftover plates?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what his notification was that he never felt the room comfortable, and since it is Manipal hospital, there was no much ventilation facilities. It was all locked room, and he had this insomnia issues and all, and that's why he was not feeling like eating things on time, and there were other issues also like this. So hence he
Apart
was
from
not focusing much.
environmental issues, were he having any sensory issues to eat?
Yeah, no, ma'am, no. He never had that, but he had that post-transplant pain he had, ma'am. So he was still getting mobilized, and there was drain left and right, abdomen side drain was there. He was holding that and mobilizing, and because of the other immunosuppressant and corticosteroid medication effects, he was not able to have proper diet. So once he was going to get discharged, the doses of immunosuppressant and corticosteroid medications were reduced. So hence he could able to achieve after he was discharged from the hospital, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I request all the participants to stick on to the time. Next, oral participation by Sabha Kausar from Government PG College on topic role of Ayurvedic diet in prevention of obesity. Sabha Kausar?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
we
audible?
can. You are
Okay.
audible. You can start sharing your screen.
Okay, I'm trying. I think this is a technical issue. My topic is role of Ayurvedic diet in prevention of obesity. As we know that obesity is due to the positive energy balance, the intake of calorie, then the
Sorry
intake
to
of
interrupt, Dr. Sabha Kausar, but we haven't got your screen.
I think
We cannot see your screen.
okay, I'm checking. I think there's a just give me a few minutes.
There will be an option of share tab. Please click on that and give OK button. Click on OK. Okay, Sabha, Dr. Sabha, please check up with that. We'll be moving to other presenter and we'll be coming back to you again. We are running up with the time.
Okay.
Next presentation is by Shubha Dhyani for e-poster presentation, and she is from Quantum University on topic a study on the effectiveness of a vegetarian diet on non-communicable diseases. Shubha? The time allocated for the poster presentation is 5 minutes. Please everyone stick on to your time.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Is this visible, ma'am? My screen?
Yes, it is visible. Could you please zoom in your screen?
Give me some time. Is it fine? Is it fine, ma'am?
Please adjust to the towards right side, Dhyani.
Now is it okay?
Shri Priya ma'am, is that fine for you?
Can you make it as a slideshow? This is a PPT, right? Can you make the PPT to slideshow mode?
See on the bottom of your screen, you can able to find 3 options. Please click on the last one. In the bottom of your screen.
Ma'am, I'm not able to do. Actually, there might be some problem.
Shubha Dhyani, just see bottom of your screen. There are options, 3-4 options, notes, comments, where you can precise your screen. Can you see that? Bottom to your screen, yeah, right. There, the third option, which is just beside to left behind these minus option. Come down, come down. Yeah, behind to that. Towards left. Towards left, left, not to the that. The modes here, there are 3 modes.
Excuse me, it's symbol like lotus. You may touch there.
Yeah, just be right side to that. Yeah, click on there. Yes, now you can go with that. And your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I am Shubha, and my topic is on the effectiveness of vegetarian diet on non-communicable diseases. A study intended to test the effectiveness of vegetarian diet in the preventing and managing non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, obesity, stress, cholesterol, hypertension, etc. Till now, there is a huge amount of research that display. Hello.
Yeah, please continue. Please continue.
Ma'am, is this visible?
Yes, we can see your screen. You can continue, Shubha.
Okay. As we all know that nowadays NCDs have increased a lot in India, and there are many reasons for increasing its rate, such as changes in the environment, our unhealthy lifestyle and dietary pattern, and too much stress also. First of all, I would like to shed light on non-communicable diseases like CVD, diabetes, obesity, cancer, hypertension, etc. The term non-communicable diseases refers to group of conditions that are not mainly caused by an acute infection. The main purpose of the presenting this view is to show that vegetarian diet has an important place in curing these non-communicable diseases and to compare health-related quality of life and biochemical and anthropometric profiles in vegetarians. Currently, there is a lot of research data available which shows that vegetarian diet or plant-based diet has proved helpful in reducing these chronic diseases. A vegetarian is someone who consumes a diet consisting mostly of plant-based food, including fruits, vegetables, legumes, nuts, seeds, and grains. Some vegetarians also consume eggs and dairy products. According to many researchers, it has been proved that vegetarians are healthier than non-vegetarians. They have less chance of chronic diseases like diabetes, CVD, etc. For example, compared to non-vegetarians, vegetarians have lower body mass index, lower serum cholesterol level, reduced incidence of diabetes, and lower blood pressure. As a well-planned vegetarian diet in which minimal refined foods predominate can provide adequate food and nutrition at any stage of life, including pregnancy, lactation, infancy, childhood, and adolescence, and in sports also. However, consumption of irregular plant-based foods can contribute to serious problems in a person's lipid profile, increasing metabolic risk factors such as increased concentration of triglyceride, low-density lipoproteins, increased glucose concentration, high blood pressure, high body mass index, and high waist circumferences. In contrast, adequate and optimal daily intake of minimal refined plant can help to improve LDL and triglycerides, prevent hypertension, and maintain waist and BMI within normal range, including HDL level in an optimal range. Vegetarian diet also promotes reducing the risk of cancer. In 2007, the World Cancer Research Fund reported that the higher intake of red meat and processed meat increased the risk of colorectal cancer. On the other hand, high fiber rich vegetarian diet may play a major role in reducing colon cancer risk due to bulking effect of fiber. According to a study of 2011 compared to non-vegetarians, the risk of diabetes of vegetarian is reduced by 50%, and according to 2016 study by a researcher named Mr. Carroll, compared to non-vegetarian diet in vegetarians, the problem of hypertension is less by 37%. In 2017, a researcher, Mr. AC, have demonstrated a lower incidence of CHD, and a combined analysis of 5 prospective studies reported a 24% lower risk of mortality from ischemic heart disease in vegetarians compared to meat eaters. As per more study in 2020, the consumption of red meat cooked at high temperature, diet rich in animal fat and cholesterol, or diet high in animal protein may increase the risk of developing cancer.
Can you present your study results?
Ma'am, till now I didn't do any research on this. I'm just presenting a review.
Yeah. You have mentioned in the methodology that your initial sample of participants, you have mentioned that.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have collected some papers and I have written the methods which they use.
Okay. But it is not you have directly collected with the participants, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. But actually, right now, I'm not doing a research on this topic.
Okay. You just giving us the review information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
An Indian researcher named Mr. Anup in 2022 explained that vegetarian diet is rich in fiber and a high fiber diet consumption around 20 to 40 gram per day is vital to prevent and manage diabetes. According to him, having a rich consumption of non-veg, especially red meat during pregnancy, greatly increase the chances of gestational diabetes. Now we can see here there are 4 types of vegetarian diet. Number 1, lacto-vegetarian. They consume dairy products and egg, but no meat, poultry, and seafoods. Lacto-vegetarians, they consume dairy products, but no egg, meat, poultry, and seafood. Ovo-vegetarians can consume only egg, but no dairy products, meat, poultry, and seafood. And vegan, a vegan does not consume any animal product including meat, poultry, seafood, eggs. Even they do not consume dairy product like meat, curd, ghee, butter, even honey also. And lastly, I am presenting here the result and conclusion which I have observed and collected from the available previous research data. As per the available research data, it has that vegetarian and plant-based diet plays a major role in reducing the risk of these NCDs. In vegetarians, the risk of diabetes is reduced by 50%, hypertension by 37%, and cardiovascular diseases by 34% as compared to non-vegetarians. Through this study, the risk of NCDs can be prevented to a great extent. A vegetarian and plant-based diet will not only encourage our physical health, but will also enhance environmental health. Here I have written some references, ma'am. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Bhargavi, in this, the methodology is little confusing. You have not drafted the methodology as a review of literature. So that is the one thing you have to rectify while writing your paper. Otherwise,
okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All other participants, please just go to your Zoom and set your papers ready so that it will be easy for us, no?
Yes, please follow the instruction given by the ma'am, participants. So moving on to the other presentation by Vimala Vathini, our e-poster presentation from Mother Teresa and Research Institute of Health Sciences, India, on the topic cyanidin exhibits anti-obesity activity via modulation of molecular proteins of receptor for advanced glycated end products pathway. Vimala Vathini,
ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen also.
Okay, can I start the presentation?
Shri Priya, ma'am, is that clear to you? The poster? I think you need to zoom it, ma'am. Yes, now it is clear. Now it is clear. You can go with the presentation, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Vimala Vathini, and my presentation title is Cyanidin exhibits anti-obesity activity via modulation of molecular proteins of receptor for advanced glycated end products, that is RAGE pathway. So obesity, it is high risk associated with metabolic and cardiovascular disorders. And this particular protein, that is RAGE, it is a transmembrane protein and it is implicated in the pathogenesis of many lifestyle disorders. And now will be pertaining to obesity, and it contributes to adipocyte inflammation, hypertrophy, and insulin resistance. Not only RAGE, it has many downstream pathways. Of this, one particular pathway, that is the PI3K, AKT, and mTOR pathway is also associated. So aberration of this RAGE, PI3K, P10, AKT2, and mTOR has been associated with many lifestyle disorders, including obesity. And today the drug or the flavonoid molecule, it is obtained from plant sources. It is obtained in food also. So cyanidin or cyanidol, it is a flavonoid obtained from plants. It is in high content in berries, cherries, and grapes. So the study is docking cyanidin with these molecular proteins. And the justification for the study is cyanidin has many pharmacological activities such as antioxidant, free radical scavenging, and anti-cancer properties. And this cyanidin, being a flavonoid, has many hydroxyl groups in the B ring of the flavonucleus. Actually, it has got 3 rings, A, B, C. Of this, the hydroxyl group in the B ring can exhibit anti-RAGE activity. This has been already established. Cyanidin has also got this B ring with multiple hydroxyl group. So we propose that cyanidin can exhibit anti-obesity activity due to its anti-RAGE activity and by modulating its downstream pathway proteins, that is the PI3K pathway. Hence, the aim of our study was to perform. Yes, ma'am.
Can you just bring down your screen? That is, I want to see the materials.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The aim of the study was to prepare the in silico
I want to see the materials. That is like I can see only partial. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Screen down, please. Page down, please.
Yes, ma'am. Can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes. Now it's okay.
Yes, ma'am. So materials and methods. Cyanidin was imported from PubChem and drawn in Marvin sketch. And the 5 molecular proteins, that is RAGE, PI3K, nuclear factor kappa B, P10, AKT, and mTOR, were imported from the protein data bank, RCSB protein data bank. And the cyanidin was docked with molecular proteins using Autodock 4.2 software. Below, we can see the table which gives the docking score of cyanidin with all the 5 proteins. That is the binding energy was less than -5, that is, it was about -7, -9, -6, -6.86, and it showed good hydrogen bond of 1 to 2. Coming to the results and discussion. So when we docked RAGE with cyanidin, the inhibition constant, the binding energy was -7.3, which is acceptable. If it is less than -5, it is usually acceptable. The reason could be the phenoxyl radicals on the hydroxyl group of the B ring of cyanidin. It contributes to electron delocalization and hydrogen bonding ability, giving rise to this anti-RAGE activity. Secondly, PI3K with cyanidin, it exhibited binding energy of -0.6 kilocal with 2 hydrogen bonds. The reason could be the absence of C2 and C3 double bond structure of flavonoid gives potent PI3K inhibitory activity. Next, P10 with cyanidin, it gave -6.3 kilocal, and P10, it actually modulates PI3K. So cyanidin not only modulates the signaling pathway, but it also moderates directly the P10 and indirectly it modulates the PI3K. Next one, the AKT one with cyanidin, it showed -6.94 kilocal with 2 hydrogen bonds. And with the mTOR protein, also it gave good acceptable binding energy of -6.86 kilocal per mole. And these are the docking images with the respective proteins. Coming to the summary, so cyanidin is a flavone compound with 3 rings, with the C and 2 aromatic rings A and B. The presence of these 3 rings with the double bonds and the substituent at the position of carbon 3, 4, and 5 ring of B serve as key antioxidant, which could have contributed to this anti-rage and inhibitory properties of all the 5 molecular properties of rage pathway. So we infer that cyanidin has profound inhibitory activity on these 5 molecular proteins of rage pathway. However, further in vivo and in vitro studies are needed for further establishing this activity in amelioration of disease due to this aberration of the rage pathway. And these are my references. Thank you.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. And the only question is your
Yes.
docking images you have shown, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was not very, like, not a question, it's a suggestion. That was not
Okay, ma'am.
like clear. You might have given a very important 1 or 2 images in a
Elaborate form.
manner. Yeah, because it's
Okay.
very tiny to see and
Okay, ma'am. I will take your suggestion in next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving to the other presentation, Vidya Nandini from PT Ravishankar Shukla University, India, for oral presentation on topic an assessment of lifestyle and weight status during COVID-19 pandemic among Raipur city's pollution. Vidya Nandini?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay, you can start sharing your screen.
Yeah, ma'am.
And the time allocated for you is 10 minutes.
Ma'am, is it visible?
No, we cannot see your screen.
Now is it visible?
No, we cannot.
Now is it visible?
Yeah, now it is.
Thank you. First of all, very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Vidya Nandini, and I'm a research scholar from Degree Girls College, and my university is the Ravi Shankar Shukla University. And my topic is an assessment of lifestyle and weight status during COVID-19 pandemic among Raipur city's population. The topic is a small part of my thesis, and I'm representing my thesis. So shall we start? My content is going to be your introduction, aims and objectives, methods.
Sorry to interrupt you. You can keep this in a slide mode.
Okay, ma'am. Now is it fine? Okay. So the next one is results and discussion, conclusion, and future scopes and references, abstract and acknowledgement.
It's not at
So
slide
as
mode.
excuse me.
It's not in slide mode.
Is it, ma'am? Can we continue?
No, Videhi, it's not in slide mode.
But on my screen, it's showing like
Once again, close it and open again, then you can get it.
Or press F5.
Is it?
Stop screen sharing and just restart again.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
It is still in the PPT mode. It is not in a. Continuously, we are watching the screen, so it will be very difficult for us to read in a tiny mode. Kindly make sure you do that in slideshow.
Ma'am, but on my side, it's showing like a slideshow, not in a PPT mode. Now is it working?
No.
What can I do?
I think once you are opening your screen share, have you clicked on the entire window?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Let me reset it, ma'am. Okay.
While clicking on the entire window, you have clicked on this PPT mode, or?
Is it from PPT mode?
Okay.
What's going on? Sorry for inconvenience, ma'am. I don't know. It's fine. Actually, ma'am, on my side, not showing the entire window. It's just like share mode.
Just select on this entire.
You after sharing your screen, you will be finding an option, ma'am.
Ma'am, on my side showing you are sharing your screen. That's
No,
it.
no. I just not stopped it. Try to do it, ma'am.
Can we continue with this if you're fine? Yeah, maybe later.
Shri Priya, ma'am, what do you say? Shall we continue with this?
Yeah, please zoom your slides.
Yes, now we got.
Now it is right.
Okay. Okay. Shall we start? First of all, I'm talking about lifestyle. Lifestyle is a way used by people, group, and so as all we know, what is a lifestyle? Lifestyle always represents our geographical, economical, and political, cultural, and religious, etc. Review of literatures I got from Draris D. Forehead 2020, and review of literature, it was on the impact of life changes in health. And now we can continue with what is the health status. Health status is a state that which we can say people are normal, over, underweight, and obese, etc. As we know, we are still running. Excuse me, ma'am. We are still suffering from COVID-19, and it started from December 2019. I'm so sorry. In India, it was supposed that in December 2019, WHO declared COVID-19 global health emergency due to exponential growth of case in China. Ma'am, can I skip this slide, please?
Yeah, it's up to you.
My aim was an assessment of lifestyle and weight status during COVID-19 pandemic among Raipur city's population. My objective was to collect the demographic information of subjects, to assess the lifestyle, and to assess the weight status. And my research methodology I used in my study design was the cross-sectional descriptive studies design, self-administrative schedule, and it was door-to-door survey. Research area was Raipur city, capital of Chhattisgarh. My sample size was 1,000 sample size. By ethical team, it was divided into 4 categories. 250 was student, 250 was daily wages, 250 was non-working, and 250 was working. I used tools for data collection. It was schedule, weighing machine, inch device. We use inch tape and weight machine for anthropometric measurements that we can count weight status. And survey question includes in demographic anthropometric measurement, physical examination, physical health problems, mental health problems, dietary managements, and lifestyle habits. And it takes 7 months to collect data. I start from 9 January 2020 to 21 January. So the procedure and tools was, this is a cross-sectional. It was a cross-sectional descriptive ma'am. We use 100 samples to collect data, and we compared structure with given. Ma'am, can I speak in Hindi, please?
No, ma.
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible.
We use anthropometric for weight status. We use it height, weight, BMI, circumference of waist, circumference of HIP. That was a ratio of WHR. Physical examination, we used eyes, teeth, gum, skin, hair, nail, lips. Physical health में हम लोगों ने constipation, sugar, BP, stomach ache, joint pains, deficiency, vitamin D और calcium. मेंटल हेल्थ में हम लोगों ने डिप्रेशन, स्ट्रेस और फैटिग्स इंक्लूड किया था. डाइटरी मैनेजमेंट में हम लोगों ने उन लोग के फूड टाइप्स, हैबिट्स देखे थे.
Kindly use English. It is an international conference and other people's also there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Dietary management, we use vegetarians, non-vegetarians, Jenny foods, because we are at a culture where we are connected with other cultures. We use food frequency, 1 a day, twice in a day, thrice in a day, 4 times in a day, 24 recall method. In lifestyle habits, we use smoking habits, sleep patterns, and physical activities. The survey was conducted from 9 July to 21 July 2020. The survey was concluded reciprocity with help of GPS test device. Present survey was concluded totally agreement the ethical regulation. All participants were totally agree with this. A study required and were required to accept the data sharing. Privacy, consent from data are represented as a number and percentage in a percentage for categories, variables, or median. So these are the results based on lifestyle parameters. First was the physical activity status of selected people are presented table 1 and 2. Lifestyle, we use sedentary and physical active first. We use two types of activities, sedentary and physical activities. After survey, I got sedentary activities 504 members. It was percentage 50.4%. Physical activity person was 496 and it was percentage is 49.6%. Total number of participants was 1,000 and it was percent in 100. It's a figure. We can see 49.6% was physical active person and sedentary lifestyle people was 50.4%. The data on lifestyle clearly shows almost equal percentage of subject in sedentary, physically activity categories of lifestyle. Other way around the lifestyle of approximately 50% subjects during COVID times was sedentary. So the figure shows that the data shows that sedentary work.
I'm sorry, it happened by mistake. Please unmute yourself. I'm trying to mute other people. It happened to you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, ma'am. The next slide is showing sleep pattern of selected subjects. Sleep pattern in a sleep pattern, I choose 7 type of questions: less than 7 hours, 7 hours, 7 to 9 hours, and 9 hours. Less than 7%, 85% people say they used to sleep 85%. It was percent in a 8.7 number. 85 7 hours 56% says they sleep 7 hours, and it was percent in a 45.6. 7 to 9 hours 143 number of samples says 7 to 9 hours people was their sleeping times, and 9 hours, more than 9 hours or 9 hours, 316 number of samples says it was in a person 31.6. We can say we can see in a figure less than 7 hours people were sleeping. It was a 8.5, 31.6% says 9 hours or more than a 9 hours. 7 to 9%. Green one is showing that 14.3%, and 7 hours says 45.6%. And I also use smoking habits. As we can say, people can't directly say they are a chain smoker or smoker, so the data wasn't clear. So I got 98% cleared on smoking habits, ma'am. And now we can connect with lifestyle on weight status. So it was based on BMI category. Sedentary people's, yeah, sedentary lifestyle says underweight was 0. Underweight, normal weight, overweight, obese, and categories I have separated it. And sedentary workers says normal person 0.5 is let me continue with this. Table shows out of 335% subjects in underweight categories, 38% and physical activity active, while 61.2 have sedentary lifestyle. Out of 496 subjects in normal weight category, 56 point in physical active, while 43.3% have sedentary lifestyle. Out of 41 subjects in overweight category, 41 point in a physically active, while 58.5% have sedentary lifestyle. Out of 16 subjects in obese class 1 categories, 25% physically active, while 75% have sedentary lifestyle. Out of 12 subjects in obese class 3rd category, 66 point in a physical active, while 33.3% have sedentary lifestyle. And the reported says 33.46 significant positive associations between lifestyle and weight status of subject during. So as we can say, my result is saying that lifestyle and weight status shows positive activities in their lifestyle, ma'am. The figure also shows that BMI categories. And my conclusion is the result of the present study suggested that COVID-19 sedentary lifestyle was increasing and activeness was decreasing for in a few samples. Still, my report says we have see positive association between lifestyle and weight status. We are providing first-time data on lifestyle and weight status during COVID-19 among Raipur city's population. And further studies are needed in investigate the long-lasting effect and lifestyle behaviors. And these are my references and abstract. And my acknowledgement for my guide, Dr. Abhyar Joglekar, who supported me and guided me for this, and my research center, Government Degree Girls College, and my university, and who participate in this survey, and for the international conference, who gave me the chance to participate over here, ma'am. Thank you.
Vidya Nandini, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
The study was absolutely beautiful study, and it was having a lot more of inputs. The thing is, the presentation style, I have suggestion, it's not a complaint. You are really tensed. First, practice, do more homeworks. You're doing really good. Your English is absolutely fine. And the only thing is you are like rushing up so fast. So that's why the words are getting scattered, right?
Yeah.
So that is one thing you have to really do homework. And the slides are too crowded.
Okay.
Okay. So because of this presentation format, you may lose the interesting study part because there are so much of crowded things. You are not focused on the results, right?
Yeah.
But the study is absolutely a wonderful study. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving over to the other presentation. I hope this is gonna be the last. Ma'am, the last presentation is not going to happen. So this is gonna be the last presentation for the day. Rashmi Kiran Kulkarni from MGM Institute of Health Sciences for e-oral presentation on nutritional status and its association with perceived stress levels of medical college students. Rashmi Kiran Kulkarni. Hello. No, Rashmi, you are not audible.
Whose screen is this shared?
Videhi Nandini. I'll take it, ma'am.
I have already done it, ma'am. It was me.
Rashmi Kulkarni, can you hear me? I think there might be a problem with your mic or headset. Please try to do the presentation without the headset. Let's try it. Give it a try.
Am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible, Rashmi. Now the screen is over to you. You can start sharing your screen.
Yeah, good day everyone. This is Rashmi Kiran Kulkarni, PhD scholar from Department of Clinical Nutrition, MGM School of Biomedical. So I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share research on this become increasingly relevant in our modern day. That is the relationship between, association between nutritional status and perceived stress levels of medical college students. So in recent years,
Kulkarni,
there
I'm
has
sorry,
been a
but
growing
wait,
concern
Kulkarni,
over
just
the
a minute.
impact of
Hello.
over the impact of stress on the health and
Kulkarni.
well-being of individuals, particularly among the medical students.
Hello. Rashmi Kulkarni. Rashmi Kulkarni.
Can you hear us?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. We cannot see your PPT. We can see your screen, but we cannot see your PPT. Could you please share your PPT?
Just a second, ma'am.
Stop the screen share and try to share it for one more time.
Is it visible?
No. Stop sharing your screen completely and start from the beginning again.
First, keep open your PPT, then do share screen, and then just go to the screen and fix your PPT there.
Yes, now it is visible.
Unmute yourself. Rashmi, unmute yourself.
Rashmi, please accept that unmute option. Yes.
Recent years, and growing concern over the impact of stress and well-being individuals, particularly among medical students who face numerous academic and personal challenges during their education. And one more important factor that has been linked to stress levels is in nutritional status of the medical college students. Therefore, in this presentation, we will explore the association between nutritional status and stress levels of medical college students, discussing the methodology, findings, and implications of the study. So these are the aims and objectives of my study. The aim was to find out the association between nutritional status and perceived stress levels among medical college students, and the objective was to determine the nutritional status and its association with perceived stress levels of medical college students, and to determine the micronutrient intake of the medical college students. Methodology included, just a second, ma'am. Methodology included a sample of 150 medical college students were selected randomly by taking 43% of prevalence, and 95% of confidence level, and 5% of and inclusion criteria for the study were the students of both genders who voluntarily agreed to participate, and interests were excluded from the study. Data collection included socio-demographic profile of the subjects assessed through structured questionnaire. An assessment of socio-economic status was done by Kukuswamy socio-economic scale. Anthropometric measurements such as height, weight, and waist hip ratio was measured through standardized methods, and physical activity pattern of the subject was assessed by local physical activity questionnaire. The perceived stress level of the subjects was assessed by using the perceived stress scale by Sheldon Cohen. It is commonly used self-report tool to measure the degree to which individuals perceive their lives as stressful. The PSS questionnaire consists of 10 items, each rated on 5-point Likert scale, with responses ranging from 0 means never and to 4 means very often. The question focused on the individual feelings and thoughts related to situations in their life over the past month. And 24-hour diet recall of the subjects were 24-hour dietary recall, and the food frequency consumption was assessed through food frequency questionnaire. The data was analyzed by the suitable statistical tests and methods by using SPSS software version 23 and Dietcal software version 10 was used to analyze the 24-hour diet recall of the participants. Now, this is the general profile of the medical college students. The study found the majority of participants were females between the ages of 22 to 25 with an upper middle socio-economic status. The majority of participants frequently consume meals. The majority of participants frequently consume meals from outside sources, particularly the canteen, and they had higher than average caffeine impact leading to reduced nutrient intake. This is the waist hip ratio of the participants. Out of 150 participants, majority 66% participants have had a moderate waist hip ratio. Thus, they indicating they are at a risk of developing obesity and other lifestyle disorders. This is the BMI classification of medical college students. The study found out that 25.4% participants were overweight and 17% were obese, and 12.8% of the total participants were underweight. Normal BMI was more common in females, that is 78.7% than males. So this is the perceived stress levels among the medical college students. The gender-wise perceived stress levels showed that 25 students were reported high-level stress levels, with 13 males and 12 females being affected. It was found that males in the 22 to 25 years age group had moderate to high stress levels. And there was a significant stress levels found between these two age groups. This is the nutrient intake of medical college students. The energy intake for both males and females, which was found to be lower than the recommended daily allowances. Carbohydrate intake was higher than the recommended daily allowances at 127% in males and 127.9% in females. This is the association between perceived stress levels and perceived stress and nutrient intake among the medical students. The total mean energy and fat intake was found to be 1,523 kilocalorie and 36.1 gram respectively. The highest energy and fat intake was observed among subjects who reported high levels of stress. There was a negative correlation between the BMI and nutrient intake such as fiber and potassium, which was insignificant, and the protein intake and intake of other micronutrients was less than recommended dietary allowances. It was seen that fat intake was higher in obese subjects and carbohydrate intake was higher in underweight subjects. The study concluded that most of the medical students were suffering from moderate amount of stress. There was significant association found between the perceived stress levels and the nutrient intake of the participants. So specific strategies including awareness programs and additional education are needed to create awareness and to give knowledge. And also the study shows the stress level among the medical college students. Through such studies, we can get an idea about the stress level, diet and nutritional status. On the basis of that, we can plan a comprehensive intervention program for the students to cope up with stress and to improvise their food habits. And stress management programs can be planned to maintain their mental health and social well-being. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank you, Rashmi. Again, the same problem. The study was absolutely good, but the only problem is you're rushing so.
I'm unable to hear.
Can you hear me?
No. Just a second, ma'am.
Can you hear?
Rashmi, can you hear us? But we cannot hear you.
Okay. The study was absolutely good. I have only one thing is presentation is too fast. And you have to reinforce the results part, but you are really rushing towards it. The presentation needs a lot of homework. That is the only suggestion I have for you. Otherwise, the study seems to be good, but you have not given us the full brief about the nutritional status of the medical college students, like calorie and all you have given in the p-value, mean and all is there, but it has to be presented. The results has to be more detailedly presented. Otherwise, it is good.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, at the beginning, we faced a problem with Hafsana Fatima, so I wanted to give one more chance for her.
Sure.
Hafsana Fatima, are you there in the meeting?
Yes, there, but
yeah. Hafsana Fatima. A last call for Hafsana. Hafsana, you can continue your presentation.
Hafsana, can you hear us? Actually, that was really interesting about Jamun's letter, but we couldn't hear it fully.
Yeah. Okay, meanwhile, I'll ask my team to follow up with her for the status, ma'am.
Okay.
So in between that, we'll have a short video of our upcoming conference. We had that. So I'll play that.
In the conference, we show a blog.
I hope participants can see this screen. So here is the poster for our upcoming conference, which is organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition. We are very glad to in front of you today here. So from the past 5 series, we have been organized the International Conference on Food and Nutrition. Now we are very glad and excited to inform you that we are having the 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition coming in front of you, with the theme Emerging and Future Trends in Food, Health and Nutrition Wellness. The conference is going to take place on 13th and 14th October 2023. It's a hybrid conference where participants are provided with physical and virtual registrations. Physically, it's going to happen in Australia. And virtually, as now this conference is happening, people can register for virtual conference and they can give the presentations virtually to physically, as posters and orals. And video presentations are also available for this conference. The slots are open for the conference. Students who are registered or faculty members who are interested for the conference can register by using the QR code here. They can scan the QR code and can register for the conference. We believe that this conference is going to be a good forum for all the knowledge explorers to gain the knowledge and to give their research work and to expose their research work in front of the expertise in their own field. And all about the 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. Today, we are glad that to inform you that we have completed successfully the 5 series of international conferences and going ahead with the 6th International Conference with your support. And we believe that this 6th International Conference is going to be a grand, successful one, and even more a big conference than the 5 conferences with your support and active participation. We seek for your active participation in the upcoming conference also. If you have any queries regarding the conferences, regarding this conference, you can contact me or either of our teammate Ramya on the contact numbers that was provided. And as students or participants, anyone want to share their feedback, they are open and they can give the feedback of the conference, how it was. We believe that this conference gave you a lot of information and the knowledge and a great platform for you to showcase your knowledge and to network with the people in and around your field and with the new people, new opportunities. I believe that this conference have given you these many opportunities. If any participants are interested in giving the feedback, they are most welcome for that. The screen is open for everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Mahi, and I was hosting the presentations for Hall B, and I got to know so much more about how research is done. Then what are the important, I got to learn many more new things as I am in the first years. I did not know anything about research. So yeah, this conference was very useful for me. Thank you, USFN, for providing me this opportunity to attend the conference virtually and to connect with many more people. I also got to know more about more topics, new topics that about millets, metabolic syndrome and nutrition, cancer and nutrition. I thank Bhargavi ma'am that she hosted the event very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other participants willing to share their views on the conference?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Angel.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Angel, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Jamal Mohammed College, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Right. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee for such a wonderful conference organized, and we feel very happy and pleasure to participate and present our concepts. And this platform was a refreshing platform to know about the current research scenario which is prevailing all over India. Thank you, ma'ams. And really, the organizers was doing wonderful in guiding us to go to the halls and all that. Thank you, Bhargavi, ma'am. And I would like to thank all the resource persons and the chief guests and all that. They presented well. They gave good ideas. And the sessions, each and every session went on flawless. There was no flaws and nothing. When there was the breakout rooms were there, and we just entered into the appropriate rooms, presented our concepts, and again came back. Okay, it was very nice, and many more conferences also should come up, and we should know whenever the conferences are organized or any other meetings are organized, because we like it. Myself, my opinion is I like very much. This event was really good. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful feedback. It was meaningful. And thank you for your best wishes also. And as per your request, ma'am, for sure, we'll be giving you the updates of our upcoming conferences. Everything will be notified on your registered mail ID. And thank you for staying us today. And I would like to thank our session chair, Dr. Sripriya, ma'am. She was very patiently evaluating all the forms. She never missed even a single form, also single presentation also. She was continuously sitting back to back and having her time with us today in evaluating and giving the suggestions for the students also. It was really, really very nice. We are very glad to have your presence here, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity.
And yes, here are some instructions for you to download the certificate for everyone. So I have given you the link in the chat box, how to download your certificate for the registered participants. Here is the dashboard link of USFN. You can log in. You can just go into the link. If you are the new user for USFN, if you're logging in for the first time, you need to sign up and create an account in the USFN dashboard. For that, first you need to give your mail ID. And then you need to sign up with a mail ID. You will be receiving an OTP, and that OTP will be receiving to your registered mail ID. Please check in spam box also. Sometimes there might be chances of receiving the OTP in spam box also. So after generating OTP, please log in into your account with that by using the OTP, and then go to the menu bar left side on the screen. You can find the menu bar. Just click on that, and then there will be, you can find the number of options, and out of that find the certificates and rewards, and go to the conference name of this International Conference on Food and Dietary Lifestyle, and then download by giving the register mail ID and the name that you have given for the conference. You will be able to download the certificate. And the same will be given, the instructions and the link will be given on your registered mail ID also by tomorrow or in a couple of days. Our team will be sharing you the entire details of your certificate with the upcoming conference details also. If you face any difficulties in downloading the certificate, you can reply us to the same mail, or else you can give a call back on the number that we are providing in the mail, or else you can text us on WhatsApp also. I hope participants are clear with the instructions in downloading the certificate.
Yeah, Bhargavi, thank you so much. Just wanted to ask regarding the certificate for the people who have chaired the session.
Yes, ma'am. The
So that
same
would
will also be, the same will be, the session chair certificate will be given you on the registered mail ID, ma'am. By end of this day or tomorrow, we'll be giving you on registered mail ID.
All right, no issues. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
It was very well organized. Thank you to everybody, and congratulations to you. You have also handled it well. And also, I would like to congratulate all the other people who have chaired the session. It was a tedious job, but I'm sure that we all have done it very patiently. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, before closing the session, I wanted to take a snap of every one of us. So I request everyone to turn on the videos. So we are just making the memories to stay it for longer, and we can see all together. Whenever we are thinking about this nutrition and conference, we'll be getting back all the faces that day we have spent our time such beautifully.
I think in most of places it is raining. Yesterday it was raining in Kerala and all. So today there is a lot of internet glitches. Maybe that's why not more people couldn't switch on their videos.
Yeah, that might be the reason why people are facing issues, internet issues today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that with that note, we have concluded with our photo session. Now, I would like to thank each and everyone who are joining for this conference and making this conference a grand successful one. Hope you had a great session with all our keynote speakers or session chairs with the participants who have shared their views in their research work. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable dignitaries, committee members, and invited speakers who blessed us with their presence. I am so thankful to all the attendees for both the days of the conference. If time is money, then today. You have spent millions for us. Thank you all for you making this event a successful today. Thank you all for joining. Hoping to see you all in our 6th International Conference also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.